can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2, or alternatively you can email help@jewellerymaker.com. Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre. Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy to follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
Welcome everyone. So nice to have your company. Happy weekend. Happy weekend. Lots of you. Are you one of those that looks forward to the weekend, or is every day a blessing? I hope every day is a blessing. I hope so. Now, I tell you what, it is an exciting weekend though for us here at Jewellery Maker, because Tanzanite weekend, and we're not saying we're going to bring you exclusively and only Tanzanite. That would be impossible. It would be impossible for us. Because if you think about how many gemstones are on only one strand, but we will bring you amazing opportunities. And just to put this into, it's exceedingly exciting. It's one of your favourite gemstones along with Tanzanite. Pearls, Tanzanite and your labradorite. Those three will always be one of your absolute top and best sellers. And Monica Veneda, along with numerous big designers, big names, choose this gorgeous gemstone for the same reason that you and I do. It's very visual. It's absolutely magical. It's got a darkness and a mystery behind it, which just seems to captivate and draw our attention. To me, and I've said this previously before, and again, if you're all like, Elle, I know who you're going to call it and what character you're going to call it, and I know what film or book you're going to liken it to, but I just think it is almost a spitting image in a gemstone to Heathcliff off Wuthering Heights. For those of you that haven't read the book or actually seen the film, the one with Ralph Fiennes, by the way, is the one I would recommend myself. But I did it in school and I loved it straight away. It's got a romance behind it. There is a real romance to that story. He is absolutely passionately in love with her and he is with him. But unfortunately, there's a lot of tragedy, there's a lot of darkness, there's a lot of anger behind it as well. And labradorite has got that kind of mix of emotions. Yeah. Visually, do you see what I mean? There's the flash of love, the sentiment behind it, and you know that it is a romance. But then you have got the grief, I suppose, the turmoil going on, and it's the best way that I can actually describe that story within a gemstone. Now we are looking for the more labradescence, the better, and this strand. Every single one of the rondelles, and in the short break I was going through literally every single one of those rondelles, you will see that flash of hope, happiness, love, passion that is encased within this gorgeous, gorgeous strand. Plain rondelles, so they're not faceted on the exterior. That means that that gorgeous labradescence, those mica inclusions which play with the light like so, are totally and utterly uninterrupted. Just imagining these, one of those rondelles singled out individually. Can you imagine the fluidity? It's like the northern lights encased within a very gemstone itself.
Yeah,
to me, it's Heathcliff. It's his character, the dark, the handsome, the mysterious, the angry, but at the same time, the romantic, fascinating gemstone. And he is a fascinating character. So is this very gemstone. Is it any wonder that for the past 5 years you have voted this, if not your favourite gemstone, certainly one of. I don't think that's ever going to diminish. I was looking at every single one of these rondelles whilst we were in that very short break. You'll see fabulous blues, greens, yellows, golds, pinks, reds, purples. All of them will display those mica inclusions. How does a labradorite do this wonderful effect? Is it coated? Is it enhanced? No, not at all. It's all Mother Nature's incredible doing. It forms in layers, I suppose. So if you can imagine, sort of like phyllo pastry, I guess, the layers building up, and then as the light actually sort of gets trapped within what are mica inclusions. If you've heard of mica, again, I'll come back to that. It is something which is used a lot by us as human beings, and that is what reflects this wonderful iridescence. Mica is used in makeup. It is used in sort of paints to actually paint a car, used within paint for art.
Yeah.
Lots and lots and lots of different methods and techniques to bring you that lovely shimmer effect. And it's Mother Nature that, of course, formed that. It's not a man-made product. Stunning star buy. Already lots of you getting involved. An 18-centimetre strand will bring that price tag in for you right the way up to 9x4 millimetres. I know the lovely Deb, you'll be thinking about something amazing that you would do with this.
Well, do you know, I just love the shape, that smooth. It's almost like a pebble from the sea or a river. Mm-hmm. So I'd want to separate them out so that I can see all the way
entire
round
surface. Yeah, I agree with you there.
And just see all of the colours dancing across, because it's like magic in a stone.
It is.
And so I'd like to have labradorite as a bracelet or a ring, so that I can see it and look at it and just admire what it is.
It is an admiring stone, isn't it?
It is.
You know when you see ice skaters and they're literally sort of they're gliding across the surface, aren't they? And it just seems to be effortless. Of course, we know it's not. That's what the colours should do on a labradorite. And when it's not faceted like this and it's plain, not saying that faceted labradorite is less desirable, because it's obviously not the case. But when the colours glide seamlessly across the gemstone like they do on this gorgeous strand, that's what really, really grabs our attention. It's effortless, and it's the quality that is effortless. And I agree with you, Deb. I'd be singling them out as well, so you can see it not just around the exterior of the rondelle, but also across the surface of them as well. Already we have got multi-buyers. Already lots of you getting involved. Angela, Angus, Christine, Martha, Janet, Beverly, hello to you. London's there. Sally's with me as well. Should be coming to you. Don't forget, big weekend for us here at Jewellery Maker at $9.95. That's an incredible deal. This is natural labradorite. Now we are bringing it to you launch price. Grab it as soon as you can. 100 carats here. Separate them with any of your findings, any of your spacer beads, to really, really maximise on that labradescence and the quality that you're getting. $6.95, Deb.
That's ridiculous. Ridiculous, Kim. It's ridiculous.
Go on, Deb. It's
just ridiculous.
Maggie, doesn't it sound like Deb's about to say, I'm not angry, but I am disappointed?
I'm disappointed that I'm here and not at home.
You're disappointed because, yes, you're sat here and you can't do anything about it.
That's amazing.
Deborah in London. Hi, ladies. I've got these and I can't stop looking at them. Truly magical. And that's Debbie in London. They are magical.
They are.
Does anyone else agree with me? Because I've never heard anyone say, oh, yeah, I know what you're on about with the Heathcliff thing. Because I always go on about it and everyone's like,
No, I get it, because it's sort of grey and moody as a base colour.
He is quite moody.
And then the light comes out differently from behind a cloud or something, and it's a whole different picture.
Yes.
And so it's like personality just changes.
Well,
completely.
you know, I don't want to get into sort of that too much, but yeah, his personality has got different sides, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Heathcliff.
Yeah.
He's a complex character, to say the least.
Multifaceted and layered.
Yes. Oh, do you know what? I wish I was doing my A-level English again, because I would have used exactly that sentence that you just said. He's a multifaceted character and layered. He is very complex, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's got a real romance and a real darkness, but at the same time, you know that he's just filled with love and for her.
Compelling and intriguing.
Yeah.
And mysterious and
And
all of
sadness as well, because
Yeah,
you know, don't forget he had a very sad upbringing. Have we just brought you Labradorite or sold Heathcliff himself? Well done, well done, well done. Now, earlier on today, just a quick recap for you, talking about depth. We have got a wonderful suite to show you, and it is 2 strands in a bundle of stunning garnet. Now, we have got a suite now which we can show you, created by one of our beading buddies, the lovely Sue. Hiya, Sue. I love that graduation. Look how luxurious this is.
Yeah.
And we were talking, Deb, about how garnet, we've always known, is a valuable gemstone.
Yes.
Always.
Yeah. It's got history, hasn't it?
It absolutely, particularly red garnet, you know, because it's so recognised, I suppose. Those who are sort of less educated in gemstones than you might think, oh, well, garnet only comes in red.
Yeah.
But obviously we know, I've just brought you Tsavorite garnet. It comes in all different colours and tones. But when it comes to your red garnet, you want that really intense, full-bodied, passionate colour. Now, stunning pieces of jewellery that the lovely Sue has created. And she's just taken 2 strands. That's all, because it's what, 10mm and 8mm in size, and I'll show you them in a second. She's got the 10mm at the side front, and then these are little individual jump rings.
Yep.
Separating, and then the graduation at the back, 360 degrees. Sue has used the 8mm, which is just stunning. So beautiful, so elegant and classy. You can imagine this, can't you? On any age.
Yeah, it's a classic, isn't it, really? And if you are selling, then that's the sort of piece that people will buy without sort of having to think too long about it.
Yeah.
Because it is a classic, and it's not going to be something that somebody's not going to like if you're buying it as a gift.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what I kind of think, you know, I know my mother would like, I would like it, I know that my friends would like it, and it's going to be appropriate for all different for occasions as well.
Yeah, it is.
And of course, you know, they're going to, whoever you're gifting it to is going to recognise that it is a rare and a treasured gemstone. Full-bodied, like a glass of red wine, like a rich Merlot. But then you get that flash of brilliance running through for its wonderful refraction. This is what you're getting. It is your red wine, your beautiful garnet duo. So you have got your 10mm plain rounds here, and also the 8mm plain rounds here. Now, yesterday I brought you a bundle of garnet and they sold out. They were the faceted ones, and they sold out. Now, rare to see the plain rounds, and if you're thinking, oh, is that they're going to be a little less exciting, quite the opposite. Get these out and you'll see a total polar opposite difference between what they actually offer you visually. That same depth of colour, that same brilliance, because it's the gemstone that plays with the light internally. It doesn't need facets. Already lots of you getting involved. 8mm are 240 carats and the 10mm are 370 carats. It is a recap, it's already been on your screen once. $8.95. Wow. I totally forgot that it was anywhere near that price tag.
Yes. For 2 strands.
For 2 strands. Did you, Deb, as well?
I'd forgotten, yeah. Yeah, I thought it was
because
closer
you know when
to 20.
you think, you don't associate garnet at sort of single-figure price tags.
And if you look at the necklace and bracelet that you've got there, there's no way in the world you would assume that's $7.95 for the gemstone. No way.
$8.95.
Sorry, $8.95.
Well, no. You wouldn't even think $19.95 for garnet, for a 360 degree piece, this gem heavy.
I know, yeah. And a really strong classical design. It's amazing.
You know, when you think, we talk about heirloom pieces of jewellery, you know, things that you create memories with. I mean, for example, my mum, there are pieces in her jewellery collection that I recall all different memories for every time that she's worn them. It is a very symbolic piece, jewellery. I can imagine that this be something that will really, really continue the legacy of moments in time without getting too sentimental, but you know what I mean. Leave that with you. Congratulations, everybody. It is lovely. Well done, Sue. I like that. I like the fact that it's traditional. I like that.
Yeah.
I like the fact it is a traditional design.
And actually, if you wanted to mix it up, you could put it with the Savorite garnet and have... That would work really well.
Please make sure that's a higher price point then if you do that.
Yes.
Please, please, please do that. Okay, moving on. This gorgeous findings pack. The squeak, can I just reiterate?
Yeah. It's back.
It happened earlier. Hiya, Wes, by the way. Hiya. It happened earlier on, Wes, and I was like, can I just point out it is the chair. It is the chair. And I was like, I bet you it doesn't happen again then. But it does. I was very fortunate that it did actually happen, you know?
A lot of the time it doesn't, does it?
No, it is one of those, you can imagine it ended up on one of those, you know, programmes where it's like, oh, TV blunders. Be mortified.
Yeah.
What do you mean that will be my claim to fame? What, the JM presenter? Maggie saying my greatest achievement. But it was genuinely the chair. You know, have you ever heard the expression that does? What you do contest too much?
Yes, you protest
too much.
Yeah. I'm thinking that.
I bet you Martha's watching right now for goodness sake. For goodness sake. Right, okay, back to it. Focus. I'll focus, not you, me. To the penny, to the pound, this is going to be one of the most affordable opportunities that you've seen all morning. All morning. Now, how many have we got in here? 90 pieces in total of your findings, including the crimp covers, the toggles, the decorative pieces, the decorative spacers, the various shepherd hooks that you're getting, that lovely length of chain. You've got your decorative head pins, the round pins, the featherweights. You've got the extenders. You've also got the ribbon ends that you saw Deb demo with earlier on. This chain, if I can just pick it up for a second, because it is actually quite stiffened. I don't know if you've ever seen this before. So when it's got fluidity like this first, you know, it's just like a normal chain. What looks like a normal chain. But wait, when you do this, it can create structure.
It's fab. I've made a ring with this using it as the shank, and then polymer clay heart on the front.
Yeah.
And bake it, and it stays.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it's kind
amazing.
of got a real structure to it, an ability to create wonderful shapes like this. I'm deliberately pressing it so you can actually see that tension.
Yeah.
So it's I don't know how they've done it.
Yeah.
I actually don't know how they've done it.
It's just the tension on the links, isn't it? With the smaller links holding, so that it's almost like there's not enough room for it to move all the way round, so it just sticks, but it doesn't, because then when you let it go, it's all fluid again. It's fab. I love it. I do like that chain.
I'm not sad, I'm confused. Do you know, I'm going to ask Tom about this. Tom's an engineer. I bet he could answer our question.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't get my head around it, because the links all seem to be the same size, but yeah.
Are they? I thought that some were
no,
slightly
that's
smaller.
right. Some of them are slightly smaller. That's why, is it? I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
Fabulous. But then wait.
Ta-da!
It's all fluid again. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
They're fab, aren't they?
I like that
I was trying to
one.
get my head around it then, and I was getting too scientific, and I just, that's why the facial expression changed. You can always tell when I'm a bit confused. Great for a beginner, by the way. For those of you that are thinking I want to get started in jewellery making, but I don't want that initial outlay to be of huge expense. Great way of getting started. Don't forget as well, don't forget that you also have, with every first purchase, you get our Get Started booklet. There's a DVD in there with various different tutorials. You can go onto our website, JewelleryMaker.com, and there's tutorials on there. Lots of YouTube clips of our wonderful guest designers, lots of inspiration, and everything comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. These are your decorative head pins, then you've got your round head pins here, you've got your featherweight head pins, you've got the shepherd hooks. You can create multiple pieces of jewellery with this toggle. 3p. £3.47. It's a clearance price point for you. This extender chain and the ribbon ends, 3p. You know when you say something and it doesn't actually sound quite right, 3p. Yeah. 3p. Because you don't really say 3p, do you? Very often.
Not very often at all.
Sorry, I think I'm having one of those moments. I'm having one of those moments, you know, when you just go a little bit...
Lose the plot.
3p.
How much?
3p.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's like if you say tractor a lot, it sounds really odd. It does. It's like 3p sounds odd if you say it a lot. Tractor sounds odd if you say it a lot. You'll be doing it later now. You'll be saying tractor.
Why tractor though?
I don't know.
Is that your word?
No, my favourite word I think is plump.
Yeah, you do like plump.
I like plump. But tractor is just a funny word.
It is a funny word. It is, I know what you mean. There are certain words which are quite peculiar.
3p?
3p isn't a word, I know that. But it sounds weird, doesn't it? Because you don't say it, I'm crying. You don't tend to say it.
You don't.
3p tractor. I never thought that I would be presenting on Jewellery Maker and I'd say that same sentence. Those 3 words in one sentence. 3p tractor.
Try it.
Okay. Plump. Wes, what word do you think's a bit peculiar?
Any of them, if you say them too much, just lose their meaning, don't they?
Any word.
They
oh gosh,
do.
that's deep.
It's true.
That's really deep. Wes just said if you say any word over and over, it loses its meaning. Wow. Wow. Do you write poetry in your spare time?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. I can imagine you do.
Thanks.
£3.47 only. Sorry, tons and tons and tons of you there. Can I get that meter chain again, just and say 3p? 3p. 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 Okay, moving on. Moving on. Absolutely incredible. Sorry, I totally digress sometimes. It just comes with the territory, I suppose. Everybody knows it here. I hope you do too. You kind of expect it. You are used to my moments, aren't you? I think my family are used to my moments. Tom's used to my moments, so I just like, oh, she's off again. Just ignore her.
Just leave her in the corner.
Where am I going, Kimbo? Oh, these are lovely. Oh, they're like a peach colour. Stunning peach. Oh, these are really pretty. It's the best way of describing it. I was talking the other day about how I think, there's going to be a real rejuvenation of peach. You're going to see a lot more peach, and that might be because of the Pantone colours, the fact that there's going to be lots and lots of pastel hues in, or I think so anyway. I think you're going to see lots of peach in fashion and on Vogue. So maybe it might be that you might end up being a peach bridesmaid. Who was one? Come on. Who was a peach bridesmaid? Who had to wear the puffball sleeves? I didn't. I got out of that one. But I was jealous. I wanted to be a peach bridesmaid. It's a lovely colour and a wonderful tone. But look how pretty these are, because the pearl essence that you've got across, it's not just one body colour. That pearl essence is kind of reflecting the surroundings. So you might see, so before the monitor, if you can see sort of a flash of white or some bluish tones, it might come from, I don't know, the monitor or the tablet that I've got just before me. Beautiful movement, and that comes from the exemplary smoothness of that nacre surface, which is the exterior of the pearl. You want it to be uninterrupted. These are lovely buttons. Can you see that? So they're flat on one side and then domed on the other. That sterling silver neckline piece that we had at the very, very start of the show with I was going to say Monica then, with Martha, with that brushed sterling silver floral design. One of these, just a little bit of your hypo cement.
Yep.
It looked fabulous, wouldn't it?
There, sorted.
You've got, how many pairs? Sorry, because I can't see. 5 pairs, so that's 10 in total. And they're all 7mm round. So if I can just sort of hold them up to maybe one of my ears, so you can actually see how easy with... I won't show that one. So did you have your butterfly post earlier on? Did you get your hearts earlier on? Sorry, Wes. Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Look at these. They're a lovely size, aren't they?
Oh, again, that's a classic size, isn't it? For an
Very
earring?
bridal.
Very.
Very, very bridal, or even for the bridesmaids themselves. Beautiful, aren't they? Really beautifully elegant. And 10 pairs of genuine pearl earrings. We're not talking about synthetics here. These are the real deal. And a lovely peachy tone, which is, so if you like your morganites, excuse me, if you like your kunzites, you love your pastel hues, then you'll be loving the peach pearls as well. Okay, so great way of actually commissioning lovely pieces of jewellery, maybe you're going to a wedding and you want to say thank you. Maybe you've got a group of friends or sisters or family. 5 pairs, all you do is add the actual posts, and you can even make those yourself, and we're just bringing it to you at £6.95. 5 pairs of earrings. Oh, wait. How many have we got of these, Kim? Triple figure quantity just. Let's just say you're not going to want to buy just one. £4.95. The only other place I've actually found outside of sort of our buying team, which can come close to the quality and price comparisons, and I don't even know in person if they are of the same quality, but I was looking through that little magazine that comes through your door. A lovely lady rings it sometimes. Could be a gentleman, but it's stereotypical if I go by stereotypes. You know, they go ding dong. You know that lady? The one I'm talking about? Anyway, they bring cosmetics and everything else. Anyway, I saw a pair of cultured pearl earrings in that book.
Yeah. And
I was like, oh, didn't say the size, admittedly, but they were £15 in sterling silver. And I was like, oh, that's really good. That's really good. And if they're as good as the quality that it was pictured, that's an amazing deal. That's the only other location that I've actually found which could possibly come close to the actual comparing. But yeah. I am talking about 1 pair of earrings for £15, not 5 pairs of earrings for £4.95. But that's the only other place that I could think of and went, yeah, that's a good deal. That is an amazing deal.
Yeah.
I mean, every bone in my body tells me, and I'm sure you agree, Deb, that these would be in your high streets or in your retailers at kind of, what, £50?
50, yeah.
For sterling silver and pearls of this calibre and quality? I'm sure I'm not alone in thinking that. Well done. Collectors in Cornwall, Lavinia, hello to you, Sussex, Brenda, Shirley, Emma, Catherine, Lynn, Carol, John buying 6, well done. Angela, Monica, Marilyn, Linda, you've got yours. I'm not surprised that loads of you are choosing to multi-buy. I mean, why wouldn't you? £4.95 for 5 pairs, that's 10. That's working out at 50p, less than 50p each.
Yeah. And if you are multi-buying and if you're doing bridal fairs, and things like that, then, you know...
Oh, they're going to get snapped up within minutes, aren't they?
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to be able to... It's one of those that the supply will exceed the demand... the demand will exceed the supply.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Say it the right way around, Al. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think you'll actually be able to keep it. If you do... it's something like just under 500 bridal fairs up and down the UK. So there's definitely a business out there. Fabulous. Fabulous. Moving on. Ooh.
Oh, that's made my ears perk up or whatever.
The one
Wow.
difficult, yeah, the only challenge that I've got for you right now is the weight. Obviously, you can't physically feel it. This is a substantial. This is obviously the average is at the bottom of the screen. This is, but you can feel it. This is a lot of precious metal. Please use that as a guideline down there. Wow, we've got only a handful of these available. Of course, you've got the 925 stamp. And when you buy, or a jeweller buys precious metal, they buy it very similarly like this, can be in bars.
Yeah.
They buy it like so. Of course, hugely, hugely expensive, and then the pieces of jewellery go on to be commissioned like so. I wanted to show you just the density, the polish, and please just imagine that this is, you're effectively holding money. This is a currency, effectively, isn't it? Really.
Yeah.
If I turn it like this, you can actually see the depth, the actual depth of it, and the quality. Now, Deb, I've brought this once previously before. They absolutely flew. We are talking about luxury, high-end
Yes.
components here, something that you can create really, really beautiful pieces of jewellery with.
Yeah.
I know some of our guest designers, in particular the silversmith guest designers, were sort of like, wow, 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 getting involved. The quality of it. It's not wafer thin, is it?
No, it's 1 millimetre, isn't it?
Yes.
So, yeah, for brooches, if you're using your piercing saw, you could actually make a little bowl out of that. It's just
Oh, that's a nice idea.
awesome. Can you imagine? What you could do is use your piercing saw to cut out some shapes around the edge. Obviously, save all of the pieces that are coming off
Absolutely.
when you're sawing, and just then once you've made it lacy around the edge, you can raise it with a jeweller's hammer and form a little dish, and that would be incredible. Talk about high end.
Oh,
I
an
mean,
heirloom.
yeah.
Heirloom.
Yeah.
You know,
I would love to do that.
Do you know?
with
Do,
it.
do you know what this makes me think of? Is sort of my best friend's little baby Poppy. You know, sort of for her
Oh,
christening
yes.
and our unborn child. You know, I just think things like this would be
Yeah.
so lovely. You could make the christening
could make
bangles,
charms, rings.
trinkets.
Yeah, and obviously because it's sterling silver, you can solder it.
Yeah.
You know the little flower pendant that we had earlier?
Yes.
You'd be able to make some that were smaller for matching earrings, and if you use wet and dry paper on the surface, then it would take it back to a satin finish.
Yeah, you can actually texturise it.
Yeah.
One of the things I've been trying to do, Deb, while you're talking is it's so substantial. I can't.
No, you
if I
need-
gave it enough pressure, I probably could. But
Yeah.
it's solid.
It is, yeah, it is. It's well, 1 millimetre is quite a good thickness.
Well, if you
on
think
there,
about
so-
your ring shanks and things
Yeah,
like that, you know,
yeah.
let's say at best that about 2 millimetre probably most ring shanks. They can go
yeah.
higher. It does vary, obviously, on the different designs, but you could, you know, well, I can tell you this: the average gram weight of a ring is 1.5 grams.
1.5 grams.
1.5 grams. So you've got 50 here. That's a lot of ring shanks that come in this sheet alone. So it is substantial. That's the one difficulty for me, is to actually emulate the actual weight and just how substantial it is. Kerry and Paul, Janet in Worcestershire. Hello to you, Penny. Hello to you, Diana, Isabel, Mary, and Margaret. Let's bring that price tag in for you. The quality, the luxury of using luxurious products like this at $64.95.
That's brilliant.
It is. I mean, I don't know. It changes on a daily basis, the price of sterling silver. But again, going back to when I was over in Jaipur, one of the things that I can remember the conversation actually. One of the things that I had with Sarah Bennett and Steve Bennett, and that is that, and if you don't know who they are, the directors of TGC, still very much part of the Jewellery Maker family, and they actually sort of said, we can't source the sterling silver at that kind of price. That changes on a daily basis, so that's an amazing deal.
It is.
For the amount that you are getting here.
Yeah. Well, I did silversmithing and jewellery design as my degree years ago. So to work in silver sheet and to be able to get it at that price, phenomenal.
Yeah, it is phenomenal, and it's like I said, this is like holding currency straight away. Precious metal will always be valuable, won't it? I've never known it drop down.
No.
Anyway, stay where you are. Lots of you with it in your basket. Good luck. I'll keep everything crossed. Now it is time for your incredible creations. We haven't forgotten you, of course. In fact, it's one of our favourite parts of the entire show. It's time for us to be inspired by you, where you have been creating, you have been sharing, and now hopefully you are all wearing. It's the Wall of Fame.
It's been ages since I've seen Mookai.
Oh, I love it, and that's exactly what I would do with it. Exactly. Go on, you might as well start as we've started pointing at that lovely piece.
Number 43 is from Catherine Parker. Hello all at JM. Hope you're all well. I'm on week 3 of my recovery from an operation and loving watching the show while I make jewellery laid in bed. Here is my entry for this week's Wall of Fame. It's a Mookai necklace piece made with the stunning graduated strand I bought from you a couple of weeks ago. I used 2mm Mookai beads for spacers and used a rose gold plated clasp at the back. I have enough in the huge strand to make another one too. Good luck everyone. Wow, that's amazing. Having enough to make another one.
I've seen that strand, and I don't know if Catherine, you were with me when you got it when I brought it to air. It's stunning. We were in love with it. The colours of Mookai is just amazing. It is gorgeous. Speaking of stunning, we've got a beautiful suite of jewellery. And speaking of bridal, actually, this is fantastic. At number 42, earrings, necklace suite, which comes from Graham. Hello to you, Graham. And she says, hello everybody. This is my entry for this week. A beautiful freshwater pearl set made for our wedding last year. For our wedding last year. Everything except silver heart was from Jewellery Maker. My wife loved it. Love to all, and that's Graham Payne. Graham's stunning. I'm not surprised she loved it. You've got that something blue and pearls. I mean, what bride wouldn't be happy?
Number 41 is from Lynn Cornish. At the start of the new year, I decided to learn something new, so purchased 2 of Mark's paracord DVDs and a couple of paracord bundles. Here are some examples of what I've made so far. Addicted. More cord bundles, please, to help feed my addiction.
Yeah, I love it. The paracord.
Brilliant.
It is a very. I like the fact that it's jewellery, but it's a casual type of jewellery, isn't it? You know, it's very wearable. Look at this detailing.
Oh, lovely.
Incredible. Number 40, and it comes from. I'll hold it like this, but I've got to kind of read it like this. It comes from Karen Gray in York. Hello to you, Karen. She says, "Hi all at JM. Please find attached my entry for this week's Wall of Fame. It's a woven neck piece using hematite beads and silver-plated wire, all from Jewellery Maker. The flower pendant part actually hooks over the top of the neck piece, giving 2 different looks for different occasions. So I've shown both. Very, very clever. I really enjoyed doing the flower for this, so it looks like more flowers are on the way. Well, it is spring, absolutely. Thanks for the ideas and the inspiration and crazy shows." And that's Karen Gray in York. Fabulous. You're number 40, my lovely.
Number 39 is from Kerry from Stafford. Here's my entry to this week's Wall of Fame. It's a pearl and amethyst silver bracelet. My mother-in-law asked me to make it for her to match the necklace that I made for her for Christmas. Good luck to everyone in this week's draw.
Love it.
Pretty.
Love that combination. Look at this, and the photography, so beautiful. I've got number 38, and it comes from Andrew Saunders. Hello to you, Andrew. And he said, morning to all JM wonderful people. Here is my entry for this week's Wall of Fame. Sorry I haven't sent one in for a while. I thought it was high time I did. So here's a photo of a wedding suite that I made for a very special friend in Australia who's getting married in March. All materials are purchased from JM, of course. All the jump rings are handmade from 1mm JM silver wire. I've used blue dye quartz for the centre of the flowers and faceted white shell pearls for the flower surround. The drop on the necklace and the earrings are tanzanite, and it is the stone as it is the stone of new beginnings. The necklace chain is a Byzantine weave made from jump rings made from 0.8mm wire and a clear quartz round in between. I've also used clear quartz in the rest of the trio. Hope it's good enough for the wall. And yes, Dion, there's a blue in this one. Thank you all for the wonderful bargains, deals, laughter and banter. You have me in fits every day. Good luck to all the other entrants, but especially me, fingers crossed, to spend on lots of JM goodies. Many thanks and take care. That's Andrew Saunders. Stunning, Andrew, and I bet your friend is going to look beautiful. Number 38.
Very glamorous. Number 37 is from Karen Atkinson. Hello to everyone at JM. I've not entered for a long while. Please find attached my entry to this week's Wall of Fame. My first prong set pieces, a pair of faceted amethyst and sterling silver earrings, earring mounts and setting tools from JM, faceted amethyst from my stash. Good luck to everyone, but hoping for a win. Karen from West Sussex.
Love that. Love, love, love that. I've got number
Gorgeous.
36. I've got a beautiful suite here. How spring-like this
Lovely.
is. And it comes from Annette Emery. Hello to you, Annette. Hi, JM. Here is a sterling silver pendant which I have made this week. The star of the piece is a wonderful aquamarine faceted nugget, which is great clarity and a beautiful colour. All the stones are from Jewellery Maker. Best wishes, and that's Annette. Love it, Annette. I think what a lovely spring-like piece, and that carved detailing there on the side really works.
Beautiful. Number 35 is from Claire Evans in Bridgend. Here is this week's entry to the Wall of Fame. I've made some lovely stretchy bracelets over the past few days. The gems used are pearls, black spinel, mookaite, amber, rose quartz, aquamarine, Larimar, turquoise, peridot and quartzite, all from JM. These gorgeous gems speak for themselves. Keep them coming, JM. Thank you for all these beautiful gems. Good luck to all, but especially me, Claire Evans.
Ah, Claire, lovely. Last but by no means least, again, you have been busy, haven't you? I've got a lovely collection of jewellery, and it comes from, can I display it like this? There we go. Comes from Joe. Good morning, Jewellery Maker. I have had a lot of orders after showing a friend a lot of my stash. She's yet to see the rest of the order and more. A girl can never have enough earrings. Everything was bought from Jewellery Maker. Multi and blue coloured hematite, printed shell, Larimar, all sterling silver findings. Please will you stock more finding friendly links, styles of sterling silver in an unfinished chain, i.e. large enough for jump rings and to count like a Rolo earring. Aha, I see what you mean, Joe. I will certainly speak to our buying team about it for you, my lovely. Beautiful, Joe, and you have been busy, and I'm not surprised your friends are admiring them. That I totally agree. A lady can never have too many pairs of earrings. No. Fabulous. Keep those entries coming in to the Wall of Fame. We love to see it, and you do absolutely inspire us, as does this lovely lady. But she's not going anywhere. We're not letting her yet. You're staying right here because we've got a star buy coming up, and it is a gemstone which I'm very excited to bring you. It's called idiochromatic, as in it gets its colour from the presence of the chemicals. It is, of course, the wondrous, the vibrant, the energetic peridot. Oh, I run across there and it's not, you know, I'm not athletic at the best of times, and then I'm getting in this chair and I'm squelching. Well, not, it's making all funny noises. Anyway, okay. a little bit of an insight, and I didn't know. I learned so much a couple of days ago about different gemstones and different locations, and of course things do change because Mother Nature will, I don't know, throw up discoveries or price increases, reduction in the supply of gemstones, which does change things on a daily basis. Now, peridot is sourced in lots of different locations around the world. We have predominantly got it from China before. If you've heard of the Changbai or Hunan location, they are often actually located very close to big diamond mines, and that's because I actually refer to this as diamond's friend. Peridot and a diamond will kind of hold hands with one another. They'll hold hands with one another as they make their way to the Earth's crust. They push each other up, in a sense, through what we call kimberlite pipes. Now, I don't want to get too much into how this gemstone actually is unearthed or surfaced, because I want to talk about the location, and those of you that know me will know that I don't often talk about the location and the country of origin, because I always say that that's actually not an indication of the value of the gemstone. Well, in this case, I might be proven incorrect, because the reality is USA peridot is regarded as some of the finest in the world. Now, you can source it from different locations, often around volcanic regions, and as I said, usually around some very substantial diamond mines. And my assumption was, okay, so is this, I think volcanic, and maybe Hawaii or different places like that. And Steve was like, no, Arizona. Arizona, the state of, is responsible not just from some amazing turquoise, but some incredible peridot. And he said that Steve, for those of you, again, Steve is our former CEO and still part of the Jewellery Maker family and still part of our buying process. He said, I'm going over to Arizona, and this is a discussion that I'm actually having. I'm having a discussion because I'm trying to actively source USA peridot from that locality because of the amazing quality. Things do change. Things do change. Once upon a time, it might have been the Changbai peridot which was the best. Now it is the USA, which many are raving about. It's got some astonishing clarity, totally and utterly natural. So he was really delighted with the fact that we had USA peridot to offer you as gem collectors and, of course, wonderful customers and friends. This is what we are referring to. If you notice, the clarity is so pure, so consistent. There's no big black trace marks, which, by the way, if you see a big black mark in a peridot, this might be a plus point to you. It might not be. I like my peridots to be flawless like these, but if you see a black mark in it, it may well just be a black diamond that has been sort of assisted and encased within peridot itself, and vice versa. Often the inclusions within diamonds are actually peridot. You've got 37 carats here of USA peridot with its crystal clarity, wonderful intensity of saturation, and it's coming your way at a huge star buy price. Now, for the length of the strand, the fact that you have got from 4 to 3 millimeter plain rounds faceted, so you'll have that exterior surface luster as well, adding to the brilliance, adding to the saturation and intensity. But also you're having a star pie deal. It should be £14.95. Globally, in this present day, this present moment in time, many regard USA peridot as the best in the world. That's why, like I said, Steve Bennett himself going straight direct to the forefront to try and negotiate a parcel of it. We're very lucky here at Jewellery Maker that we can bring it to you already at $7.95. Obviously, is not a reflection of the recent price increases and demand of USA peridot. Valerie, Victoria, Tracy, hello Belinda, hello to you Kent, Christine, Alison, Rosalane, Sharon, Shirley. There's something about peridot that is just so uplifting, invigorating. Yeah. I mean, we've got 60 in baskets in a matter of seconds. Those of you that know me, and I know I've got familiar names with me here at shopping this morning, this afternoon now, those of you that know me, how often do I say country of origin is not what you sort of influence, what you grade the price on? How often do I say that? No reflection of the true value doesn't come from the country of origin. I've said it time and time and time and time again. I'm actually contradicting myself on this occasion because not yesterday, day before, sat in a meeting. There was a big group of the JM team. Like I said, we had Steve who came over just to update us and obviously to teach us more about the gemstones. And we said, oh, peridot, we've got some amazing peridot from the States. He went, I beg your pardon? It literally stopped him in his tracks. He said, you've got USA peridot. I'm going over to Arizona to have that conversation because I want to buy USA peridot because the price has skyrocketed and the demand is absolutely on point right now. I never, ever, 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 ever talk about country of origin. Deb, have you heard me say it? I do, but I always say that's not the valuing factor.
Yeah.
The locality isn't the valuing factor.
No, not unless it's sort of a one locational gemstone, and but even then, so no, not really.
Yeah, I tend to go, it's the quality, it's the quality, it's the quality of the gem, it's the quality, it's the quality, it's the quality. Well, USA currently are unearthing some of the best quality. That's why I'm saying, if you see USA on our graphics and it appeals to you, get it. Get it, get it, get it. It's going to be a sellout. Well done, every single one of you that got hold of that. Stunning, absolutely stunning. That's going to go on the T-bar right there.
It is beautiful.
Really
beautiful. The
beautiful.
quality has been excellent just lately on the peridot.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
Sorry, where to?
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Box 8 from 10. These are definitely yellow gold. I can't see those. Bear with everybody at home 1 second. Amelia's on her way. Oh, here we go. Is it from the... Amelia, are they these, do you think?
They very possibly.
You don't have to touch down there. She's too lovely to hide. She's like, stop it, Elle. Is it these, Kimbo? I found them. I love these. Now, they aren't crimps. They're not crimps. They are spacers. Plain tubes, basically. But if I hold one of them up, you'll actually see how substantial they are. Can you see that? I love them. I love them because they're not crimps. They are decorative spacer tubes.
Because they've got the end isn't just cut off.
It's graduated, isn't it?
Yeah, it's actually formed. So,
you know,
yeah.
We say that you can use your crimps as spacers all the time.
Yeah.
You couldn't use these as your crimps.
No.
I actually tried, and I'll do it now.
They're going to be a lot stronger because they've got that form on the end because of the shaping.
Look, I can't physically bend them. They are a lot stronger. I love them. They're that lovely rose gold plain tube, and like Deb said, you've got gorgeous graduation here. I'm just thinking these on elastic because they have got a really substantial. Can you see that there? A really substantial drill hole running through on some clear elastic.
The
Lovely.
little spacers that we had in the first kit. The little flowery spacers.
They'd look fab with that, wouldn't they? I love these. I think they're quite mechanical looking, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're not trying to be pretty or dainty.
No.
They are quite industrial style. They're a little bit more masculine, a little bit more, steampunk, a little bit more edgy, a little bit more modern.
Actually, mixing them in with the chips and nuggets bundle with the Eslon cord would work. Or just putting them onto an Eslon bracelet, just one cord or a necklace.
Yeah, that would be
lots of
fantastic,
layers.
wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, layering
But they
up
are.
so beautiful.
They'd also work with your polymer clays and any
Resins.
medium. Yeah, your
Resins,
your
absolutely.
lace.
And I think because you're getting 200 in a pack, you could easily get a
Fabulous.
bracelet out of 200.
Oh, easily. Yeah,
Probably
easily.
2 bracelets, to be honest.
Yeah.
Or just use them as an alternative to your gemstones if you wanted to suspend them from. So yeah, you can get lots of your threads, your probably like your wax cords and your satin cords would go through them. 3 by 2 millimeter, and they are substantial. So these aren't, please don't misinterpret, these aren't crimps. These are definite spacers. I absolutely love them because they are, like I said, they're a little bit more edgy, they're a little bit more industrial, they're a little bit more, they're not trying trying to be dainty or petite. They are made with
real metal.
Oh, I like that. You can imagine that on a manly advert, can't
Yeah.
you? It should be,
Has to be
with a thump.
With a thump.
It should be $6.95. Not $6.95 this morning. I mean, you've got 2 bracelets there, really, haven't you? $4.95. That means £2.50 a bracelet, even with just the simplest threading technique of a stretchy bracelet. You've got a stunning charm bracelet instantaneously, haven't you? I'm going to hold some of these up, maybe just line a couple of them up, and you can just hopefully see, you can actually see just how substantial they are. I'm running out of time, I'm sorry, I am running out of time. Do stay where you are on those phone lines beautifully. The graduation as well.
Yeah, yeah. If you're a wire worker as well, just popping some of these onto your wires just gives a new point of interest.
Yeah, it does. Points of interest, that's a good word. Or good sentence, rather. Okay, I've got time for one more strand. Oh yeah, this stunning strand of aquamarine coming your way. Now these are big and beautiful. Aquamarine, a member of the beryl family. You want that perfect summer's day sky blue, so just picture that. You know, the days are not long, they are coming, I promise you that. They are coming where the sun is in the sky, there's not a breath of wind. Maybe you're having a lovely picnic, or I don't know, you're out with the kids or something like that, and you look up at the great British sky, or wherever you are on this big beautiful planet, and you see that beautiful azure blue of the sky. That's what an aquamarine aspires to be, and that's what you've got most definitely in this gorgeous strand. But these are some of the biggest. Look at that, 14 by 7 millimeters. I mean, look at just how incredible that sheer, that individual solitaire, and they are solitaires, aren't they? For all of you March babies, you've got one of the most elegant of gemstones, in my opinion. And those of you that are embracing the Pantone colours, then this is absolutely appropriate, because it has got those baby blues, excuse me, team it with the baby pinks, and it'll look amazing. Right, I have to bring the price in because I am running out of time. Absolute exceptional quality of colour, big carat weights, and lovely clarity. That summer's day gemstone. Can I say, I can remember us bringing aquamarine nuggets of these kind of prices. Aquamarine nuggets, let alone the faceting, let alone the size, which is obviously rarer. The bigger the size of the individual gem, the rarer it is. $11.95. It's been so nice to have your company. Oh, look at that. Did you see that blue? Wow, 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 wow. Victoria, Kent, Lee, you've got it. Well done. Sheila, Louise, Gail, hello to you. Pamela and Lynette in Hampshire. Stay where you are on those phone lines. It's been so lovely to have your company. And what would you do with these, Deb, just before we go? I know Zena's in the window jumping around like an absolute loon. What would you do with these? Because they are high end, aren't they? So are you thinking sterling silver?
Silver, yeah. Earrings, definitely. Or pendants.
Yeah.
But work them in with sterling silver, I think, because they are so amazing. And the colour
is on point, isn't it? Yeah. It's absolutely on point.
No
but also
mistaking.
that surface lustre. Not surprised loads of you are getting involved. We've adored aquamarine for centuries, quite literally. And Lapidus will lean towards aquamarine because it's a great way of actually showing off their incredible skill when you've got clarity and colour like this, a paler colour, but still wonderful clarity like this. Absolutely fabulous. You've been amazing fun, as always. And Deb, you're always a delight to work with, so thank you so much for joining me.
Pleasure.
Thank you for your wonderful designer inspirations as well. When are you back next?
Monday.
Monday.
I know, no rest for the wicked.
No rest for the wicked at all. Do you want to say your favourite word again?
Plump.
Zena, that was not directed at you.
I walked in and she just said plump.
We'll fill you in on the short short break. I'll be with you tomorrow morning at the usual time. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, and of course enjoy the rest of Tanzanite Day. I'll see you tomorrow, bright and breezy. Thank you so much.
Jewellery Maker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information. Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
Larimar is the bluish variety of pectolite and is only found in the Dominican Republic. It's quite a recent discovery, being rediscovered by Miguel Mendez in the 1970s. He in fact named this stone for his daughter Larissa and ended the word with the Spanish for sea, mar, giving us the word Larimar.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker by liking our Facebook page and join over 55,000 like-minded people.
Hello my lovelies, welcome to Jewellery Maker. It's a Saturday, so do you know what that means? It's our weekend to do what we want, isn't it? That's what it is, it's our weekend to do what we want. Now, the good news is, shall I tell you? Now, yesterday we had a competition, didn't we? Where you could win a piece of Gemma Crow's jewellery. Now, today, we're going to have another competition. I know, we are spoiling you, aren't we, rather? And today, we have got the most... I'm going to say uber talented. I don't think I've got the superlatives in my vocabulary to do this next lady justice. She's lovely as well, which is always great, because wouldn't it be horrible if they were brilliant at what they did and then they were a bit horrible? She's amazing and she's lovely and she's gorgeous. She's lovely. And she's brought biscuits in for all the crew and cookies, so we love her even more. So it is the wonderfully talented, she's just busy having... Sorry, do you know, we'll say a quick hello and then we'll let her carry on. It's our gorgeous Rachel Norris.
Hello.
Hello, lovely girl.
Selena. Lovely to see you today.
And you you are lovely.
Thank you. Oh, and you are.
And I've had so little time to actually prepare for the show today. Do you know why? I couldn't take my eyes off this lady's jewelry. Honestly, when you see the brooches, the jewellery, you are going to be absolutely smitten. I've been drooling.
You are very kind. I enjoyed working with both kits actually, because they both pushed and stretched me in different ways
Yeah, they did,
to develop designs. And the colours actually I agree. You look at gemstones, you sometimes think, how are they going to work? And then as you work with them, you grow to love them. And actually, I did actually
fall in love as you went through. Yeah,
yes,
absolutely. And they're the most beautiful designs. They really, really are. Just, it's like walking into a high-end department store and you go to one of those booths of the jewellery where they're all handling them with white cotton gloves. They're just beautiful. I mean, it's got the Pantone colour of rose quartz as well, hasn't it?
The copper's toning beautifully, actually, and it made the copper really look pink.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? Yeah.
You know how sometimes you team it with turquoises and it will look totally different.
Absolutely.
But when you team it with these colours, this is rose colour comes out beautifully and it tones in really nicely.
Stunning pieces.
Thank
Absolutely. So we've got the, if you've never watched Jewellery Maker before, you've landed on the perfect day, because this lady is truly, I mean, humongous talent and just lovely with it as well. So the good news is, let me introduce you to a piece of Rachel Norris jewellery that you've got the chance today of winning. Okay, all you've got to do is buy either of the kits today, doesn't matter which one, either of the kits. Obviously, the more kits you buy, the more chances you've got to be entered into the draw, obviously. And we have got, this is from our kit from this afternoon, the second demonstration, the design inspiration. These incredible pearls with this beautiful gold wire. This is your chance to own a Rachel Norris piece of jewellery. And as I said, all you need to do is buy the kits today, either of them, both of them, your choice, and one lucky person will be drawn at random. It's as simple as that, and you will get this incredible creation sent to you in the post, courtesy of Rachel Norris. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Pretty spectacular. I can't. Do you know, if only staff were allowed to get involved. I did say, we're not allowed. We're not allowed. I saw that today and I went, what? Hey, I want to be able to... Can't. You're not allowed. You're not allowed, I got told. So, amazing piece of jewellery. And as I said, buy either of the kits on this afternoon's show with myself and Rachel Norris, and you will be entered. As I said, basically, the name goes into a hat, into the warehouse, and they draw at random somebody out of... And how many of the kits have we got today? 54, oh gosh, that's not enough, that's not many, 54. 54 and 72. Is that 126? If I've just done that quick, that was quite good for me on a Saturday, wasn't it? So you got 1 in 126 chances. Obviously that increases the more kits you buy. So the odds are good. The odds are good. Now, Rachel, are you ready for me to come over and sell the kit from over there next to you, or would you rather me do it over here? I thought you might say that.
I'm going to do lots of crackling.
Yeah, you do look as though you've got an awful lot.
Crackling a bit, sorry.
Yeah, so do you mind if I go and grab the... Are you going to get it for me, Wes?
Sorry.
Wes is coming over, look. You lovely... He's got a bobble hat on today, haven't you, Wes?
Yes.
Since when did it come trendy for young boys to wear bobble hats? Because I tell you, I bet if your mum tried to get you wear that bobble hat when you were at school, you wouldn't have said yes, would you?
I loved it.
No, you wouldn't. Yeah, they've got all trendy for men. Even my fella, he's 50 next year, so 49 this year, and he said, I need a bobble hat for going skiing. I went, what? You're 49, but anyway. Right then, so I'm going to talk you through this beautiful kit that we've got coming up. Okay, I'll start with the wire, shall I? So if I start with the lovely wire, because as Rachel said, as she started to work with these gemstones, it really made the beautiful copper-coloured wire look quite pinky. It's just delightful. Okay, and what you've got is that beautiful lustre. You've got, now this reel here is 100 metres of 0.25 mil copper-coloured wire. Okay, 100 metres of 0.25 mil, 10 metres of 0.4 mil, and 10 metres of the 1 mil. Okay, so 120 metres in total of the wire. Okay, and then I'll show you the head pins next, because it's a real treat to get head pins. It really is a treat. Okay, so you get 100 of these. Okay, in your rose gold. Okay, so 100 in total, 44 mil in length. So let me show you that across. Okay, so it's a good 40 mil in length. You've got this lovely flat round cap end on. They're just gorgeous, and that is about a 3 mil across. They are absolutely beautiful. Really beautiful. So 100 of the head pins. Now, I happen to know that our lovely, I think you asked for these in the kit, didn't you, Rachel?
Yes. Number one, because I've run out. I've completely run out because I use them all the time.
Clever thinking.
I really
Clever thinking,
need some.
Rachel Norris. She has just admitted it live on telly.
Yeah, I really.
That's a good thing. Actually, she's honest. Well, I thought I'd have because I've run out.
I've used every single one up in previous DIs,
Oh,
and also
you.
wanted to do lots of tassels. I just wouldn't have been able to do all the stages.
Exactly.
So I actually need.
I like your thinking, Rachel.
It's ever so useful.
I like your thinking. Genius. Now, I'll tell you what. Can I show you these in particular? Because when you look at Rachel's jewellery, like I did this morning, and literally drooled, these here, this strand here in particular, okay, these puffy coins in the purple coloured dyed quartz, I tell you what, they really come alive, and they, for me, in a lot of the designs this afternoon, you've got these beautiful, obviously pastel rose quartz in the coins. Just. Yeah, 10 mil coins in the 130 carats of rose quartz, and as we said, this along with Serenity, rose quartz and Serenity, the two Pantone colours for 2016, very subtle pastel femininity. Then you've got the lavender amethyst. I mean, how often do we get lavender amethyst? Not very often at all. I've got 8 mil and 4 mil coming up for you. And then these, but these in particular in the designs that Rachel's bringing to you this afternoon, these incredible purple coloured dyed quartz in these puffy coins look amazing. They really pop with colour, very sort of amethyst-esque, so to speak. And together, the combination of the lavender, of the amethyst, the beautiful purple dyed quartz, and those incredible rose quartz, makes you think princess, makes you think, you know, fairy tale. It makes you think fairies at the end of the garden. It's just, oh, it's just amazing. Absolutely. Now, that's the first 3 strands. I've not finished. I've got a further, would you believe, 5 strands to bring you. So there's 8 strands of gemstones in this kit, along with 120 metres of wire and 100 head pins as well. We have got here, in your rose quartz, which is an absolute dream, you've got 2 mil. Okay, so 2 millimetre. Then in the amethyst faceted rounds, again, you've got 2 millimetre. Then we've got 4 mil rounds, again in the lavender amethyst and again in the rose quartz. And if you look at the 4 mil lavender amethyst there, look, they are faceted. So very, very difficult to get faceted lavender amethyst in 4 mil. 4 mil rose quartz, absolute joy, and they are the frosted ones, if you can see. So I have to say, a massive well done to lovely Rachel Norris and our lovely Pip for putting this kit together, because I tell you what, that combination to get the 2 mil rounds, the faceted 4 mil, the frosted 4 mil, and then those really pretty pear drops of rose quartz as well, they're just dreamy, and they're 10 by 8 mil. I mean, just carat weight wise, I'm talking 1, 2, 3, 4, we're over 500 carats of gemstones there. Over 500, would you believe? 8 strands of gemstones. I'll pop them all together just so you can see the sheer volume of gemstones that we've got there. And I must say, that dreamy combination of your rose quartz, your lavender amethyst, and those incredible purple dyed quartz. Now, when I said it was over 500 carats, do you know what it is exactly? 600 carats. 600 carats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, when was the last time we saw 8 strands in a kit? Including 120 metres of wire. I mean, with this kit has got to be over 50, 60 pounds, surely, if you were to buy it all individually. I was going to say, there we go, over 70 pounds in this kit. I was going to say it's a heck of an amount of components there. And as we said, if you were to buy them all individually, you'd be talking over 70 pounds. 120 metres. 8 strands, including the Pantone 2016 beautiful Pantone colour of the rose quartz. But again, just to get that rare chance to own lavender amethyst, beautiful lavender amethyst as well, 3 different strands. Now, as I said, do you know what we're going to do on this for you, actually? Bearing in mind, if you buy either of the kits this afternoon with myself and Rachel, you'll be entered into the draw to own have the chance to win and own this incredible piece of jewellery. That's it. Buy the kits this afternoon and you get the chance to win that. So, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll do something very special as it's the weekend and it's our time to treat ourselves, isn't it? We've worked hard. Most of us got paid, hopefully, this weekend. We got paid on Friday. And it wasn't it. I'll tell you, it was a long time if you're still working that payday, because we got paid on the 18th of December. It's a long old wait, isn't it? Rachel's nodding at me vigorously over there. Yeah, long time. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll do something very special. We will give you a saving on this kit, and the saving will be the price of the other kit. Yeah? And you'll have some change. How about that? And you got the chance to win a Rachel Norris piece of jewellery. Okay, wow. So, we have just saved you, how much have we just saved there? £26.95. And I'm going to tell you now, the price of the kit this afternoon with Rachel Norris, you'll be able to get it for that price, won't you, Phil? So there's the thing. Less than £26.95. So what we've just saved you, so basically it's going to be buy one kit, get one free. If you buy both, isn't it? Because we've just saved you. If you bought all of these 8 strands of lavender amethyst, you know that less than 5% of amethyst is the lavender. Less than 5%. So it's a rare amethyst. You've got 3 strands as well. Okay, the 2mm, 4mm and the... Oh, I'm trying to remember, is it 8mm? I haven't got the statistics anymore, I'm afraid. 8mm, yeah. We've got all these rose quartz strands, the pear drops, the fluff, the coins, the frosted as well, and these little 2mm. You've got the wonderful, and wait till you see the jewellery up close, the eye-popping purple dye quartz. You've got the 3 gauges of wire, your 0.25mm, 100 metres, so great for all of your wire weaving and your wrapping detail, and wait till you see what Rachel's done with the 0.25mm, 100 metres, 10 metres of 0.4, 10 metres of 1mm for your structural work as well, and 100 of your 3mm end cap head pins as well. And bearing in mind, they are rose gold plated. Okay, now, are you ready for me, young lady?
Yeah, finally, sorry to...
No,
I really am.
Do you know what? The good thing is, Rachel, you are always worth the wait. Jeez, though, isn't she? Everybody's so excited. I've seen that many comments on Facebook about how excited everybody is about your jewellery today. And quite rightfully so. Isn't it? Quite rightfully so.
Thank you.
It's all right. My pleasure.
Right.
My pleasure, lovely lady. Hello. Oh, got to have a cuddle. You give a lovely cuddle as well.
Thank you.
You give a lovely cuddle.
Not quite a Fiona Potter cuddle, but
nobody gives quite a Fiona. She has got the, you know... Sorry, I'm just... She has got the... She popped in yesterday. Did she? So I got an unexpected Fiona Potter cuddle. It was lovely. It was lovely. Now, right.
Where do we start?
Well, I'm glad you said that.
I just went loads of different directions, actually.
You did, didn't you?
I thought it could be going for very soft floral pieces. Yeah. So I went back to my roots and made butterflies and flowers.
And stars. Have you done that as a flower or a star?
That's actually, it started off as a flower but ended up as a star.
They're
so it didn't really
beautiful.
matter. It's got hearts woven. It was a different technique. I thought I'll put hearts in and bring hearts into the star.
But you know, whenever all of the high-end jewellers, you know, whenever they do animal-inspired jewellery, it's always so popular.
Yes, it is actually, because it's often got a sentimental value. You identify with a certain animal, from childhood. And
see, mine's a red robin, so that's my thing. Because I always think it's my mum, my late mum visiting me. I always have a chat with it. I've decided. But yeah, butterflies. As you say, everybody's got a
transformation for butterflies, isn't it? Because similar to dragonflies, it's a symbol of change and transformation.
Absolutely,
and summer and springtime.
Yeah.
And I made a lovely corsage with flowers on. So, I put it on the
scarf here.
I wasn't quite sure what to do with it, so put it on the scarf. And it's just a little brooch, but with some few flowers in it, and
it looks like 2 droplets of fuchsia, isn't it, at the bottom?
Yes, fuchsias at the bottom.
Yeah, my step-granddad used to grow fuchsias everywhere, and we've got them in our garden. They're lovely.
Thank you.
Really pretty. I love that. And you've made the pin on the back of that as well, so
could be and anybody who has edition 1 of my Beauty of Nature DVD will have the elements of of that in it.
Yeah,
yes, and how to
because
make
that's
those.
lovely. Because you could, as you say, scarf pin, brooch,
and a headpiece.
Absolutely.
Actually, going over a tiara, that would actually work really well as on the side of the head or on a hat.
Yeah.
And it's on the side of a shirt.
Yeah. Anywhere that you absolutely just beautiful, beautiful. And then I mean, goodness me, you've made.
I just want a Tudor cross. What I've done is I've done the Tudor cross through both the kits to show how completely different one design can look with completely different gemstones. So even if you've made a similar design before, adding in a different colour set of gemstones will make the design look totally differently. You've seen it already.
I was going to say, that's like the same design that you've done with the pearls in the piece that we're giving away.
Yes.
But how different it looks with the different wire and the different gemstones. Very dramatic.
And if you want to know how to make that, that's in issue 66 of Bead magazine that was out last year.
Yes, you had your piece in there, didn't you?
Yes, that was in there. So if you have that already, or you can go onto the site and that design's there. So that is a step-by-step tutorial.
Does it feel amazing to have your pieces published in a magazine? Does it feel wonderful?
Yes. Well, anything that. I don't know.
Gives you recognition.
Yes. Well, it stops them being hidden away in boxes, and also other people love making pieces. I get inspired by other people's jewellery, and everyone, and it's a massive invigorating experience actually to have something you've made recognised and appreciated.
Absolutely.
And it really does, it gives a real boost after weeks and weeks of hard work to have lovely things said. It really is. And actually hopefully that is what you get when you wear the jewellery.
Of course.
As well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I've had a message come through. It's not coming through to me in the studio, so I'm going to have to read it round in the corner. But it's from Lena in Leicestershire. And Lena says, OK, phones are all muted. I agree with you, Lena. She said, do not disturb sign is on the door. Cats are locked out of the room, and I'm sitting here with no distractions just to watch Rachel. Totally agree with you, Lena. I do. It's a do not disturb, isn't it? We are all eyes. No pressure. Sorry, Rachel. All eyes are on Rachel. But I have to say, what you've done with these 8 strands of gemstones and that beautiful wire is just almost... I always feel like, as I said, I genuinely don't feel like I've got the superlatives. They are stunning.
Well, it's also to meet the challenges of the gemstones, because you've got the flat coin discs of gemstones, and sometimes it's quite difficult to know what to do with them because they rotate. Yeah. And that can be quite difficult as a piece to. You want to try and keep them in position. With wire work. Yeah. So I've tried to develop techniques of anchoring those gemstones in place. So I've wound across them with Olympic ring necklace. Yeah. I've wound and bound across and around the back and the front to keep them in place. Yeah. With the yin and yang dream catcher, we've gem set them like a gemstone. There's something else. Oh yes, with the sides of the dream catcher necklace, if you pan up and have a look at the sides of the necklace, pan up, upwards, and then you'll see that the coins, are set into almost like snail shell helmet kind of encasings to keep them from rotating. So on the sides of the necklace that you're on at the moment, or you're going down now, I'm looking at the wrong screen, you can see that they're actually held in place. Yeah. And you can see the beauty of the gemstone, but they're not rotating. They're not rotating, you're keeping them nice and secure, and the vision that you want them to give. Yes. That is just, and the wire work. And I've shown these to people at work, and they would just love those gemstones. Yes. They have beautiful colours, and they've got a translucency to them, so they let the light through, but they've got enough colour. Yeah. Exactly. It's almost as if they're perfection. They're exactly what you've hand chosen for these designs. They couldn't, in my opinion, they couldn't be any more perfect. Frosting on the rose quartz is so delicate on the larger beads, and even on those tiny sort of 4mm lavender amethyst and rose quartz, they're all faceted as well. 2mm beads in there, and they still have all that impact in those swirly S shapes. Absolutely, you've got impact of those. Even with that subtle pastel tone, it's incredible. Incredible. Okay, now I'm going to do my very best to be as quiet as I possibly can, only asking any questions that you're asking, so do please text in as well.
on 60777. Start your text with JM Studio. We will read. Now, it's always very busy when our lovely Rachel's on. We don't get her anywhere near as often as we would like to. Very busy lady. But we love it when she is here. So we do tend to get inundated with texts. Please don't let that stop you. Keep them coming in, and wherever possible, I'll get them across to Rachel. And if there's any questions you've got, then you'll kindly answer as we go along, won't you, lovely?
Now, on Facebook, all the elements and components have been photographed. So if you print those out, you'll know exactly how many to make.
Stage by stage.
Yes, and how many to make, and what shapes and
so
things.
I love about you, you're all so fantastically organised.
I just want it to be easy, because you can't get everything across on
in the
the
time that we've got,
in the time.
No.
So just as long as I've talked you through making it,
Thank you.
and then you go back and make the shapes in your own time, because it takes all day to make. You can't do something like that in 15 minutes.
So it's the yin and the yang dream catcher type piece that we're going to...
Yes, that's the one we're going to do. So what I did first of all was get a tattoo on the internet.
Oh, not literally then? Oh, right, I thought you are dedicated.
I did actually want one at one stage, but I do, maybe one day. But I printed out a yin and yang shape, and it doesn't really show, but there is a grey...
A circle, yeah.
A circle there. And I printed them out different sizes, and then put the gemstones on them and see how they'd fit together. So we're moving on to the next diagram.
Okay.
And then this is my kind of inspiration board, I suppose, and I put that in a folder. It's even got bits of chocolate on it, sorry.
Were you eating chocolate, were you, while you were doing this, Rachel?
And that is actually what I drew out. So I drew out a design and around the gemstones, and that is the piece of paper I used as a template.
Okay.
So what I did, I'm going to put this down, and I got a piece of wire and started to make the yin and yang sort of shape, which is what we're going to be trying to make.
Is that the 0.6 or
the 1 millimetre frame wire? Yeah.
Okay.
So you've got 3 gauges in this kit, which is fantastic. So you've got, was it
0.25,
0.4, and 1. So you've got 2 different weaving wires and a great frame wire, which is fantastic. So you can do loads and loads and loads. So what we're going to do, very simple little yin yang shape first of all. Put that down. I'm going to turn this over and around. I had that upside down, sorry everyone. And I burnt myself, and I should have put the plaster over it, so I hope that you don't
Oh,
get...
was that a burn?
Yes, and I...
Oh, was that on a naughty oven?
And I don't even flinch now, I just carry on, as we all do.
Well, we do, don't we?
And I've got hundreds of burns everywhere. So what I did is place the wire on the diagram and just shaped it round using the natural curve. Now spend a bit of time. Am I in the right place?
No, no, I'm sorry, I'm just telling my producer that I'm not getting any information into the studio.
So taking that up, and then shaped it round first of all, pressing it with my fingers, and held it in place. Now that's not quite shaped properly, so what you do is the first bit you form with your fingers, and then what you do is you shape with your pliers around until you've got that shape. Hold in place and trim. Now spend a bit of time to make sure these shapes are perfect, okay? We haven't got time today to do that. So what I've done is shaped that end line there, which will be on the diagram that if you print it out. Okay. And you've got the first part of the yin and yang. These bits all get used because they get used as
keep everything that you're snipping off. Yeah, absolutely.
In that heart pendant in the next kit, I've used fragments of wire. Then, placing it back on the diagram, I've made the same shape again on the other direction. Now, there's another way of making this. You don't have to make it this way. You can make a circle shape round a drinks can or a round object, a reel of wire, anything, and then put a shape of wire across it. It all ends up at the same, as long as you make sure.
Whichever way you find easiest.
You'll just probably end up with 2 extra wires at the bail, which you just have to incorporate into the bail. But there's another way of doing it. This just makes it so that you've got a flowing yin and yang shape. And again, this one gets cut to the same shape. Then what you need to do is just gently hammer it to work hard on that shape, which is what you've got.
Can I just say as well, thanks to, because Rachel's so organised, we have put together the most fantastic essential tools kit that Rachel has put together for us with regards to the flush cutters, the round nose pliers, the coiling gizmo, that we've got a hammer, we've got a steel block, we've got everything you could possibly need today, and the most amazing bundle kit. Basically, the essential tools kit and the DVD of Rachel's we've got coming up will be for the same price as the flush cutters alone. We cannot wait to bring you this deal today. So we will, the sticky bead mat that Rachel's working on, everything you need to recreate these designs we will have in the show for you today.
Literally, I don't go anywhere without these.
You said this like your knife and fork, you said, didn't you?
And spoon.
Yep.
And and the plate.
Yeah.
You know. And these are absolutely fantastic. I use them for everything. I use them for gem setting because it's a lovely soft surface. We're not bringing this to air, but I can talk about it.
We will be doing the sticky mat. Yeah.
Yes, because I'll talk about it and tell you everything.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Loads and loads and loads of things you can do.
Saves you crumbs when you're dropping your chocolate in. We said, didn't we, on your mince pie? We're sorted. So we've got that on the show today as well.
It could work. So the next thing to do is just make a little curl at the end of the yin and yang shape.
Okay.
So with round nose pliers, I'm just making a little curl. Remember, the first end of the curl isn't always straight, isn't completely circular.
Yeah.
So make sure that you just snip the end off. And that just makes it's a nice technique.
Otherwise you get like a P as opposed to a...
Yes, a P as opposed to an O or whatever. And then I'm just curling it inwards. And these will be used as anchor points later on in the design. And if you make it just as a circle with a straight set of wires up and another S shape of wire across it, it'll work in exactly the same way for that design. And what you need to do is place this back on the diagram and check you've got the shape correctly. So all the time just popping it back on there.
Yeah.
And what I did do is just wound some 0.4 wire around it just to anchor it, to show you what we're going to end up with. Put that to one side for the minute. And that's what we end up with, a sort of little shape like this. I put this away for the minute because we're going to make an outer frame.
Okay.
So put that to one side.
Okay.
And then what I'm going to do, I've drawn round that shape that we had here, again on the piece of paper, some dangly loops for dangles, a nice round shape, and the bell shape, so you've got some ideas of where to put the wire. And what I did was shape a piece just like that. And all I'm going to do is show you a couple of loops and a bit of shaping of this, because as long as you know how to do one set of loops, you'll be fine. And we're repeating that technique later on.
Yeah.
So just take a nice long piece of wire, and it'll probably end up being about 80 centimetres. Again, any spare you save, and start in about the midsection, and take chain nose pliers using the very tips. I tend to work with the very tips of the pliers, and hold the wire with your pliers and pull round. Then bring in your round nose pliers about midway along or so, and make a little loop. I'm doing this back to front. Okay, press upwards. Then what I'm going to do is turn round, bring the wire towards me so I can see it, and make another kink at the top of the loop. I know this is sort of, and then you made a little loop. Spend a bit of time.
Put your hand behind us, or just so you can just...
Spend a bit of time
there
making sure that loop is even, because it's not. So what I do is you just basically almost massage the wire around on one side if it's not quite even. It's not, and I put it back on the diagram regularly, you know, just to check it out. Now this loop isn't even, but we haven't really got time to make it beautiful.
Okay.
I'm bringing the wire around with the chain nose pliers again, and I'm going to make the next loop along. What we're going to do is just, I'm rocking the wire a little bit. Can you see how I'm doing it? Again, I'm doing it at an awkward angle because I'm watching it very closely, but I'm rocking the wire around to bring that loop into shape. Right, then I squash it with the chain nose pliers, bring it round, and make the next loop, and then bring it down. Now to make those loops closer together,
just
squidge them at the top like that, and spend a bit of time really shaping them, because these are just dreadful little loops. I haven't made very good ones. But spend a bit of time making sure they're all nice and even. Imagine I've made 7 in a row.
Okay.
Okay. And then what I do is place it back on the diagram. That's 7 loops. And then just shape it around, not on the beadwax, that's too spongy. You need a nice hard surface, really. Around the circle. Spend a bit of time making sure it's even. Hold it in place. Bring the chain nose pliers into place, into action, and then bend. Bend softly first of all, because your first bend may not be in the right place. So make a soft bend, bring it back. Oh yes, that's a little bit in the wrong place. And then bring it back, and then shape it into the right place. And then you've got that, and you do it for the other side as well. Make sure this is all nice and circular. If you have problems getting circles, pop it round a drinks can or something round, and it'll just help you form the shape anyway, but the natural curve of the wire should help you. As you can see, I'm holding my finger at the top of the bail, at the base of the bail, to form that side, and then kink that round. If you feel, and cut there, that, I'm kind of cutting a bit long, only because sometimes
Just
as
play it
you,
safe, yeah.
as you have you woven around and joined it, you may find the bell is in the wrong place.
Absolutely.
And you may have to be reshaping it. So I'm not really working that wire too hard, because you constantly reshape it, you're going to fracture it, and that'll be a right pain actually.
Yeah, of course it would.
So might do the same for the other side until you've ended up with a lovely looped outer frame, like so.
Okay.
Now what we're going to do is put that down for the minute, and we're going to make some central elements to the piece. Now what I did was, obviously this is flower and swirly design.
Yeah.
What we've done is made some shapes that will fit into place. Luckily you need to make 2 of each. Now what I have done on this, obviously you can use this as a template, so print it out, use it as a template. And what I did myself, because I was making it first time, I made one shape and I pressed it into the paper, so on top of the sticky bead mat, and this is why the sticky bead mat is so useful. It's a lovely soft surface.
Oh, that is a good idea.
Pressed it in, and then used a pen just to draw over. Obviously, like I can't see, and my hand is doing the silly trembly bit.
Oh, I didn't know you were left-handed, Rachel.
I'm left-handed. And then, you know, you just basically trace around
the indentations, so to speak.
Trace around the indentations, and you've got your template, and you can make the same shape again and again and again and again and again.
Brilliant.
And that you can use that as a reference. You know, again and again, you make the same, exactly the same shape. So you can make a lot of identical shapes and make your pendants. As nothing ever turns out quite the same, but you can really.
Well, that's the beauty of handcrafted jewellery, though, isn't it?
I've had to make 6 stages identical, so that's how I manage.
Okay.
So the next thing to do, using the same loop technique, make a kind of roundy, loopy thing with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 loops in it.
Okay.
And these loops all fitted the little gemstones inside. So you just make sure that that's what should fit inside.
They're the little 4mm ones, aren't they?
Yes. With a tail of, another reason this bead mat's so useful, because you can quickly pop it on
and measure,
get a measurement of about 7 centimetres and 4.5 centimetres-ish on this side. And then what we're going to do is make a spiral to fit the space. Now this is using a different spiral technique to the one I used on to make this little yin and yang shape, making it from the outside inwards. But actually no, we're going to make it from the inside outwards. Now we're going to make it from the outside inwards.
Right,
so you can use a different spiral technique to fill a space.
Okay.
So what you do is you place it on the diagram, hold it with your fingers and start to swirl round and bring it into place. And use the pliers to adjust this as well, not just your fingers. So there. That's virtually okay, but I can see that there's a bit over the edge there. You really don't want it to be over the edge of this frame, because after you've woven the beads into place, you're not going to be able to manoeuvre it. No. So what I'm doing now is bringing the flat nose pliers up into place, shaping that. Then I bring the round nose pliers in and start to form a spiral. And as you do it, you move the round nose pliers downwards, so it becomes towards the tip.
Yeah.
So the circle you're in is a smaller space. So basically what you're doing is making a spiral from the outside inwards. You can always, always, always make a spiral to fit a space using that technique. It's ever so useful. Cut it. Obviously check it on the diagram to make sure it's perfect. It's just about right. You can see, and you do the same for the other little spiral. And then what you do afterwards is hammer that shape.
Okay.
So you make 2, obviously, and hammer it. And what I've done is hammered with our beautiful hammer and block.
Lovely.
And made a little shape.
Oh,
like
that is so beautiful.
That's now to frame shape.
Can I ask a favour? Do you have any, so could I show those so that people have got the tools? Is that okay?
Goodness, yes.
Is that a good, just to give you a little break as well, she's so concentrating now.
I'll show you I've got 2 of these.
Because you've asked us to put this together, haven't you? So just because I'm very conscious, I'm not going to interrupt very often, but we've got it on the screen and we like to bring you all the things. We're going to bring you the hammer and block, the sticky mat as we go through, so that everything Rachel's trying to show you how to do, you can replicate. If you were just conscious you may not have. Now this kit that we've put together with Rachel is absolutely the most fantastic value for money you're ever going to see. Can I just tell you, the flush cutters that Rachel's been working with, the wonderful Beadalon designer flush cutters, these usually go for $29.95. Okay, and they're wonderful, they're ergonomic, they're lightweight, they've got the springs, so they spring back into position, you haven't got to manoeuvre them. Very lightweight, which is what we love for Jewellery Maker tools. I won't go on about this too much because we want to get back to Rachel, but they get right into the nook and crannies. They're great, right at the point you want to cut, the whole point that cuts it nice and flush.
They're strong ones, and they get they can actually cope with quite wide gauges.
Can't they?
Has to be soft copper or soft silver. Once you can't cut steel or memory wire or anything like that for obvious reasons.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they're brilliant. I've got two pairs, and
like just an extra pair of hands for you, aren't they?
The only thing I'd say, there must be something about these pliers and the handles, because my dog
likes to chew them,
and Laura's dogs chewed her
pliers. Is that Bramble?
Yes, Bramble chewed this one, and Laura. I mean, there must be something in them.
They must be lovely, mustn't they? Not advisable, obviously. Don't give them to your dog. But can I just say, right? So remember this. These go on Jewellery Maker every $29.95, okay? But are you ready what we're going to give you for the same price? Are you ready? So $29.95, Rach, you're going to be amazed at this, right? We bring you flush cutters, the designer flush cutters, all the time on Jewellery Maker for $29.95. Are you ready?
Oh gosh.
Now this is because we've got this lovely lady. We're going to literally give you Rachel Norris's Wire Gizmo DVD. And this is all about the basics. So if you've never, and we're going to give you the gizmo tool as well. So don't worry if you're thinking, I've never tried to do wire gizmo. This will teach you how to do the coiling techniques, how to make a link, a clasp, how to make a heart pendant. And we've already got a beautiful heart pendant that our lovely, lovely Rachel's made in the studio today to show you. And the link necklace as well.
And the necklace is a lovely fluid design. It's a notch you make with the gizmo coils. Yeah. And it really is. And I haven't seen enough of them being made. They are actually, it's actually a rigid design, but looks fluid, and it's a really nice one to make.
It's amazing,
actually.
The heart, sorry, I should have said the heart necklace is coming up in the next kit. Sorry, Maggie. So this talented lady's DVD, oh my goodness, basically free of charge, because all of this kit we're bringing you for the price of just the flush cutters. We're then going to bring you the deluxe wire coiling gizmo. Yes. We've demonstrated this certainly within the last week or two, actually, and it's wonderful because you've got all different. You've got, in fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different rod dimensions to give you different sizes of the
It's fantastic.
coil.
I mean, jump rings for obvious reasons. I'm always using them, and the gizmo coils. I use them, it's how I started really on Jewellery Maker was with the gizmo work, and it enabled me to build my confidence because I was obtaining
first started?
Yes, I was doing the I came on and did quite a lot of gizmo-based shows, and it enabled me to gain confidence because I had neat results very quickly.
Exactly. And professional look, haven't you? Quite with limited experience. Yeah, absolutely. And those different rods will be able to give you different size coils. So obviously use the smaller rod with the smaller gauge wire to create delicate designs with your finer wires, and obviously the larger gauge wire, then you can create your own jump rings if you want to, as well as your gizmos. Okay, so
the finer coils, I used to make the owl's eyes actually. I was trying to look for one. So
can you see there? Look.
There.
Got you. Oh wow! And that's on the gizmo tool.
Yes,
wow.
Using the little tiny rod.
Beautiful.
So
he's lovely. So the deluxe wire coiling gizmo, our lovely Rachel Norris's Wire Gizmo Basics DVD, and one of Rachel's favourite sets of pliers, the lovely, lovely chain nose pliers as well. Look at the fine tip on those. You love these, don't you?
I do, because they are fine tip with great closure, and I work now with the tips of line. I do a lot of fine work, and those are absolutely marvellous.
They're wonderful.
And they're nice grip. I don't get such hand strain or, because I have had problems with my hands.
Yeah,
and
a lot of people do with it.
These have not injured my hands to work, because they're repetitive working.
Well, and, absolutely.
Jump ring closure, obviously I had 2. In fact, now I've also got the curved pliers for the jump rings.
They're lovely, aren't they? The bent nose.
and even actually when you're doing your Viking knit, to actually hook up the rows of the Viking knit, these get into the small spaces.
Exactly, they're brilliant. So just to reiterate, chain nose pliers, the designer gorgeous deluxe designer flush cutters, the deluxe wire coiling gizmo tool, the wire gizmo basics DVD courtesy of our lovely Rachel Norris, and not to forget the flush cutters. Now your flush cutters are usually $29.95 on their own. We're throwing in the wire gizmo tool, the deluxe model, the DVD and the chain nose pliers, basically free of charge, because the flush cutters are $29.95, Rachel. So,
and this gizmo, I mean, you've got everything there, haven't you, to have fun with, and professional tools as well.
Absolutely.
The gizmo you'll use throughout your jewellery making life.
Absolutely, 100%. Once you've got it, especially with the 5 rods in there as well.
Clamp,
yeah, it's got the clamp,
so
absolutely. Yeah, the base clamp.
Hands, your hands are free. Yeah. And the sizes, you couldn't wish for better, actually.
Fantastic. I can't wait. We've done that. That's been in honour of you, Rachel Norris. That's incredible. And we will be bringing you the hammer and the block, and we will be bringing you the sticky bead mat as well. Okay, back to you, lovely lady.
Right.
Give you a chance to catch your breath.
Next, we're going to make a frame for the little gemstone, which probably you could do first before the other bit anyway. Actually, it doesn't really matter which way round you do it. But there's a little ball of sweet in the middle there. And what I did was draw around the gemstone with a bit of space around it. Okay. And I've completely lost one of the bits of it, so we'll just have to make it. What
does it look like?
Yeah, it looks like a little circle. What I did actually, well, I had to make it anyway, is use up one of these beautiful mandrels.
That's not it there, is it?
Yeah, it's one of the pieces, but it's not quite the bit. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Ah, here we go.
Found it?
Yeah.
Yippee!
I have things that, and they all hook themselves around each other. What we're trying to achieve is a little shape like that. And what I used, actually, I used one of these fantastic pair of mandrels, and I know they're coming up in the show.
I've never seen
and
these
I've used
before.
them for loads of things. You can make earring wires with them, jump rings. I've made jump rings for things. And lots of circular shapes. I mean, it's fantastic. And also, because you can hold it so well in position and work with it, it's really, really good, useful.
Yeah, they're great, those are.
So what I did was get the larger one of the pair and get a small piece of wire. Again, one of the small bits.
One of the ones that you cut off?
Yes, and then shape it round to make a circle.
And you're using the base one there?
Yeah, I'm using the base one.
Okay.
And pull quite hard and then push in with your fingers to make sure it stays circular. Take it off the mandrel and then place it on the diagram, and I've got the little circle diagram here to show you. Slightly pull it apart with your fingers and then just bend down, and I spend a long time bending this down into place.
Yeah.
Okay. And to make any curve sharp, you have to bend with the pliers either side of the bend a few times, and you can make that bend go sharper from a roundish bend to quite a sharp bend.
Okay.
You see what I mean? And again on this side, bringing the wire down. You've got also must check it on the diagram. But pliers either side, squish, squash, squish, squash to make that shape a sharp shape like that.
I like that description there, Rachel.
It's quite a good technique. And then just take a bit of time to make sure that's circular. That isn't quite circular, so what I'm going to do is just shape a little bit, side to side, and then cut off at where the diagram ends. And remember, this diagram is in proportion, so all the bits will fit if you do print it off. So the little ends should project about a centimetre from the edge of the circle. Okay. And then curl them in using exactly the same curling technique that we used to make the yin and yang shape. Yeah. So I'll take that away from the diagram. Okay. And we should end up with a little shape like that. Don't know whether you can see it. And I'll hold it up. Do you want me to hold it up?
Yeah, if I just, I'll do it for you while you're busy, my lovely girl.
Just hold it up. And that, again, just check the gemstone fits on top as well. And it's just like a little backing plate, really.
Yeah, like a...
But we're going to use it to make the setting up.
It's pretty. Great thing about having this template as well is, as you say, because it's to scale and proportion and whatever, you could keep recreating the design in different coloured wires and silvers. Yeah, absolutely,
yes. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You can come back and make the piece next year and you've got it.
You haven't forgotten what you've done and starting all over again.
You've got the
elements.
elements.
Build a file up of them all, couldn't you?
And the next thing also then was working out prongs. And I've done the work for you, basically. To fit round this gemstone in this setting, you need a 42mm length setting with 10mm width prongs. I've done 1, 2, 3, 4 prongs of 8mm height and a 15mm tail at the end. And I've just made zigzag shape like that. Okay. And just
it's fantastic. This is like when you buy a piece of furniture, but the instructions actually work on here and there'll be no bits left over.
Just quickly showing you a zigzag shape. And basically pulled it quite hard.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to clamp either side, just for that clamping technique. Down, just check the prong is the right size. Yes, it is.
Oh, gosh, you got that smack on, didn't you?
If it's not, you know, you have to reshape it. And then you can either use it over the diagram to reshape it.
Yeah.
And carry on to the end. But to make that
I can't believe how you got that smack on then, Rachel.
I've made a few yin and yang pins.
That was very impressive.
And so then what you do then is just curl the end, and you made a little setting ready to go on to the end. The curls are just outwards from this little shape like that.
Okay.
From the little tails. Next thing to do is bend this setting round into place.
Okay.
And just bend it round with your fingers, or you can use that mandrel to bend it around the mandrel if you like.
Okay.
Like so. Okay, just to help you. I've made the mandrel in and out of position a little bit quickly. Bend it into shape, like a little crown. So we made a little crown now. Little shape.
Do you want me to wear it?
Tiny little fairy crown. And then pull this round into place and squash these prongs slightly into place so that it will fit over the setting that we've got.
Oh, I've got you.
Like a little crown.
Oh, okay.
Like so.
Wow. I've got you.
Yeah, like so.
Okay.
And the two, the join should marry up with the, I'm just thinking, does it marry up with the join?
Do you want me to get it for you, my darling?
Where
far away are we?
I think the join should not marry up with the join, it should marry up with the opposite part of it, because I'm going to work to the central prong. Yeah, that's what I did. So basically, I'm now...
You can follow my design that I made earlier, Rachel.
And then what I did was bound a long length of 0.25mm wire around the centre, wrapped it round, and then wrapped it either end up to the side, ready to start attaching the central setting.
Okay.
So I'll take that away. I don't need that.
Okay.
Don't need that. Put those away. And sorry, what? No. Gosh.
At the moment, yeah.
Gosh.
I'm just telling Rachel we're about 10 minutes away from the end of the hour. We're so absorbed with what she's doing.
Well, what we need to do is bind this in. So basically what I did was start binding this in by taking the wires around the base of the middle prong. And then what I did then was work around, you do that about 2 times around each prong, work around, and then when you get to the base of the next prong, wrap it around. Also, there we are. Now I rushed and was silly.
Okay,
so what I also need to do is bring this flower shape into place.
Yeah.
And make sure that you're at the middle prong.
We're having a little count.
4 prongs along. And bind to either side. Sorry, and now completely...
It's all right, my lovely girl. That's absolutely fine.
So what I'm doing is actually creating a little setting like this with the flower shape. Okay.
Oh, I can see.
So I've bound in to either side of the 4th prong along from either side. And you're binding round all the settings at this point in time just to make sure they all join. And then basically this is the complicated bit, but what you do is you hold your finger and thumb in place, or thumb in place in the setting, and you can work your way round. I tend to work around one side and then work round the other. So that's, and it looks awful at the moment because I haven't really bound it in place properly.
Yeah, but we're against the clock on camera. I think everybody appreciates
you
that.
work your way around,
yeah,
making sure these are held into place. Now I'm going to rotate this so you can see exactly from the back and from the front how I bound it, because it's probably easier just to talk through it.
Yeah.
So what I've done is bound here and round. Can you see where I've bound on the side to each flower shape base? Then when I got to base of a prong, which is in the middle of the second prong up, this is all in the photograph, so have a check on the line exactly where these binding spots are. And at this point I also bound to the backing plate curl, so working around to make sure this is a complete little box shape to actually hold this gemstone in. And you don't have to use a gemstone with a hole in. You can actually use a little cabochon if you want to in this setting. See?
Lovely.
So this is a setting to hold this in place, but it could hold a cabochon as well.
Okay.
And round, and then when you get to both sides, you've got two bits of wire. Bring it up between the central base here, and add in the gemstone. And this is another use for this fantastic gemstone mat, because you can gemstone set on it now.
Yeah.
Because I just pop that into place. And then just wind round. What I did is take both wires, wind, pop it in between a space here, both at the same time, pop it into a space here, wrap round, bring it to the back, and then up and around and through.
Never seen two wires get threaded through at the same time.
It just saves time, really.
Yeah.
And then what I did then was tuck it in at the back. I'm making a bit of a hash of it now. Yeah. Anyway, it tucks in at the back quite happily, and cut in and snip. So literally it's not going to catch on the clothes.
Yeah.
Then you can set this gemstone using the ends of your pliers. So rubber ends of pliers are great for setting gemstones.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Because you're not going to catch anything at a nice smooth edge.
Ah.
So what I did first
Good idea.
was take the chain nose pliers and make a little bend at the top of the prongs, like this. Like a little bend here. Little bend all the way around, just so that you're setting it against the gemstone nicely.
Yeah.
And then using the edges, pushing against one prong on the opposite side, I'm starting to bend in. And then do the opposite side.
Yeah, do it, yeah.
And diagonally, bend in, and then pressing, bending in.
That's beautiful.
And it's setting that little gemstone into place. I'm not doing the little curly bits quite yet, I'll do that at the very last minute. So that looks a little bit irregular, so what I'm going to do now is even it up.
Okay.
So bringing the chain nose pliers into place, I'm going to squeeze all the way around from the top.
Okay.
Squeeze around to make it look like a hot cross bun.
I just bought some of those this morning with apple in them.
And there you got those.
I'd rather your hot cross bun, if I'm honest. They look much more beautiful and long. They're going to last longer.
So make it even up. And then that isn't quite even. So I'm pulling this out and then pulling this into shape. So spend a bit of time adjusting these prongs into shape over the top of the gemstone.
Yeah.
Then either using your fingers or pliers, press the little circular bits into place at the top to add a bit of detail.
Oh, okay.
So you've got a setting here.
Oh, gosh, that's so lovely.
So we've made, now next thing to do, we've made some S-shaped swirls using exactly the same technique as we used to make the swirls on this other setting.
Yeah.
So I've basically made an S-shaped swirl to fit into the rest of this diagram. So this fits here, and this will fit into this shape here. So make an S-shaped swirl over this diagram using exactly the same technique, the inward swirl that we used to make that.
Yeah, got you.
And hammer them if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, so put this to one side. And what we're going to do is just make a technique of what we're going to do. What we've got to do is actually make a piece that connects together.
Okay.
Yes, shape and that shape to make half of this yin and yang. And I've made, I haven't got much time, so I've made a ammonite type of weave.
Oh yeah, like an ammonite fossil. Got you, completely.
So I'm going to have to start it, but I won't be able to do much of
Okay.
it. Sorry, everybody. ammonite weave, basically adding in beads. And I started from the inside outwards. I worked with the 0.25, and if you want to work quickly with a stronger structure, use 0.4 because it will go through the beads, which is great. I started at the centre of one of the curls, and then just bound the wire around a little bit. And again, I probably won't have time to fix it properly into place, but you need to, and the wire decides just doesn't to be horrible. A couple of times around here, and again, you don't bend it around like this. Spend a bit of time making it look neat. And then what you do then is weave round. I've probably bound it in the wrong place. Weave round this spiral with more weaves around the outside than on the inside, because the space and traversing distance is a longer distance to go round than on the little one. So I did about 7 or 8, maybe even 10 weaves or wraps around here before we actually even added a bead.
Oh, right,
and then the little one, the inner spiral, you're basically only adding in 1 or 2 wraps around before the next traverse across. So about 10 wraps around here, and I haven't got enough time, so we're literally going to do 1 bead and show you. And it's seed beads, so that's there we are, onto the little wire. Bring it across, hold it into the gap, and let's do 2 wraps around here, and then we're going to and then back across. And remember, it's 2. I've only done 1 because I haven't got time.
Okay.
You do 2 wraps around here, and then back and start to continue along. I'm going to pick this up and show you.
Oh, thank you.
Continue along, wrapping in these beads. You can see how many more wraps there are on the outside to the inside. And add in a big bead here if you like, as long as you keep them the same on either side. And then continue, and you work from the outside inwards with this one. I worked from the outside inwards and added in beads. Just make sure that you have more wraps on the outside compared to the inside.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, what I've done then is done the same for this, done the same technique for the flower.
Yeah.
And on either side. And what I've done, remember, is make with the pink, I've used the amethyst quartz, and with the purple, I've used the rose quartz as the toning in.
Lovely.
Okay.
So you've got a contrast, really, haven't you?
Yes. Now with this one, I'm afraid we may not have time to show, but what I've done is got to the stage about halfway along little circles, little spirals, where you need to add in the spiral. Just make sure you place it on the diagram, because at this point in time you need to make sure it is absolutely perfectly shaped. Right. And joined at the right point. So place it on the diagram. Oh right, I need to add it in here and here. At this point and at this point. You can see on the diagram where they touch. Yeah. And that's where you bind across. You bind about 4 or 5 times on either side, and then you'll be end up with a shape like this. And now forgive me, I won't have time to do that. But what you need to do then is bind across here and then bind up, because we need to talk about the assembly of the pendant. Adding a few beads and get to this point. Don't add in any gemstones at this point to this side. Now what I normally would have done, this is awful, I'm going to have to cut this, is add that other S shape, but we haven't got time. Okay. So what we're going to do is just talk through the assembly of this next bit of pendant. We bring in this yin and yang shape. Is there anything you could bring on to air for a minute?
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll bring the sticky bead mat.
Fantastic.
Which is, I'll tell you now, our lovely Rachel and myself have been chatting about this all for ages. We love this. It's the XL sticky bead mat. It's double-sided, so it's a sticky bead mat, and it's a bead board as well, okay? It's ideal for keeping beads and findings exactly where you want them, because it's sticky. So if I just turn it around that way for you, okay, so you can actually see there you've got the bead mat there. Look, if I can hold it so we haven't got any of the lights. Okay, so you've got measurements there in centimetres and inches. So that is your classic pink and grey, depends whether you've got the pink bead mat or the silver bead mat, whichever one you've got. But that's literally the exact design of the bead mat. Okay, I'm going to have to turn it vertically in a second as well, just to show you. And then, so basically on the one side it's your bead board, and the other side it's a bead mat, but it's sticky, it's got a residue to it. So that actually, no matter what, so again, if you get your seed beads or any of your gems of distinction, you pour it on your findings, put it onto the mat, and they're going to stay where they are. They are brilliant. So if I just show you there, look, so one side is plain, classed as your bead mat, and the other is your actual bead board. Okay. So you can see that there. Look, with all you, just to give you an example, and you can see all your tools and all your beads on there as well. Okay. Amazing, isn't it? Now, the good news about these is that it's you rinse and you can rinse it and then you just dry it off, okay?
It's fantastic,
and that,
yes.
it refreshes the sticky surface, doesn't it? It's brilliant.
Yeah.
So just literally give it a rinse, give it a wipe, and that will refresh it as well.
I've got one that's sticky and one that's not so sticky, which is good because I quite like it just a little bit, but not too much.
Yeah.
You know, so this one has had a bit of use and I haven't cleaned it.
Yeah.
But it's actually kept it just the level of stickiness that I like.
It's fantastic, isn't it? And it's brilliant. So the good news is as well, if anything, if you like me, $12.95, honestly, and they're great for on your travels. They're great if you're halfway through a project as well. You want to leave it where it is, you've got more chance of it staying where you left it. Obviously, and again, nothing will roll off for the cat and the dog to play with, so they're fantastic. And again, if you like my fella and he refuses to bring a side plate in when he's eating a homemade mince pie and all the crumbs go everywhere, give him a sticky bead mat. Keep all the crumbs from going on your sofa. Trust me, I've used it for that. Okay, we do need to go to a short break.
Oh, no.
Oh,
sorry.
no, I'm
I'm
so sorry. I don't know where that hour's just gone. We've got to go to a break, unfortunately. We have to at the end of each hour. What were you going to say, darling?
Oh, I was just going to talk through the yin and yang. We'll do that in a minute?
Yeah, yeah, if that's okay, we've got to go to a break.
That's
Sorry,
fine.
my darling. Okay. So, yeah, what we'll do is we'll cram as much in the next hour as we can. We'll come back to Rachel as well so she can try and finish off for you, because we don't want to cut her short, do we? And we'll see you the other side of the break.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
Rose quartz is just so pretty and feminine, so it's really easy to put it in jewellery. And another one like amethyst, you know, people recognise it, people know it. There's a lot of lovely myths and legends behind it as well. And I think you can put it in bridesmaids jewellery. If you mix it with colours like amazonite, it looks really pretty, really classic. I just think it makes soft, summery jewellery, and I like that about it.
Rose quartz is a gemstone which I love in equal measures, firstly because of its myth and legend, and also because of the way that it looks. The myth and legend of the gemstone, the fact that it's the gemstone of romance, of partnerships, the gemstones of friendships as well. The way that it looks, the quality that you can get from Jewellery Maker is superb. We seem to get that really, really fine balancing act of colour and clarity. We seem to get that mixture just right. It's a fantastic gem, and you can get it in some amazing carat weights as well.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. If you have a question or a query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Here at Jewellery Maker, we love seeing your jewellery creations, learning about your inspiration and reading your blogs. If you write your own craft or jewellery blog, then we'd love to hear from you. Simply tweet us at jewellery_maker UK with your blog link and we'll be in touch.
Hello, my lovelies. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Now, if you were as smitten as we all were then with that absolutely detailed, intricate, wonderful demonstration that we had then of our lovely Rachel Norris. We will be going back to her, giving you as many opportunities to get all our lovely goodies this hour as we possibly can. And then we're going to go back to Rachel. We're going to give her a little bit of extra time. I think it's only fair. And yeah, it's like when you play football and you have a bit of injury time. That's what we're going to have. So we're going to go back across the lovely Rachel so you can show you how to put all that, because now that Rachel's taught you all the components of the beautiful necklace, that lovely yin and yang, oh, it's just lovely. And lovely idea, yin and yang, for Mother's Day, because it's Mothering Sunday on the 6th of March, so mother and daughter yin and yang be lovely. Or mother and son, whatever. So, shouldn't be sexist then, should I? Mother and daughter, mother and son, whatever. So we will go back to Rachel in a little while, okay? And we're going to set Rachel a challenge as well. We are. Did you know that, Rachel?
I'm starting on it.
Yes, you are. Oh, good, that's right, then we have told her. That's all right then. Now, these lovely mandrels that our lovely Rachel was using earlier on, I've not seen these before. They're fantastic. They're lovely. So you saw Rachel make the circle part of the yin and yang necklace there, and obviously they're all in different sections and sizes. So again, be great to make your jump rings with, different size jump rings. There's 2 here for your wire wrapping mandrels. They do come in a little transparent pouch as well. Isn't it lovely? We tend to have blue handles on a lot of our tools, but I'd lovely to have a lovely red. So they're going to really stand out for you. As you can see, you've got 2. If I just put that behind my hand behind, so you can see they go up in stages. Is it me, or does that make you think of the Chrysler Building in New York? Eh? Okay, so you got all those. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different sizes on those mandrels, as you can see there. And we're going to give you both tools, both of them for just £6.95. And you love these, don't you, Rachel?
They're really convenient. You know, you've got all the mandrels that you need in 2 small tools. Yeah. And you can get and transportable and ever so useful. I've actually been able to make ends for Viking knit pieces and jump rings, circular shapes, earring wire. Yeah. Earring wires are made with it.
Fantastic, because I mean, you've got the bail making pliers, but these are great because if you just want to use the one size, it's actually great because you're not going to try and hold the bailing. They're just they're much more accessible as well, aren't they?
They're just there. Brilliant. They're not big bulky things, which is a pain actually. Sometimes you've got lots and lots of tools. Absolutely, yeah. You've got them in your handbag or your kit bag, and it's not too bad.
The only thing is, I've got about 15 left. That's it now. So Sue, Denise, Collectors, John, Mary in Renfrewshire in the West Midlands, Kath, Richard and Anisha. I know you were watching Steve Bennett the other morning, weren't you? But yeah, grab those while you can. In fact, we're down to single figures already. Terribly, terribly sorry, but grab them while you can because they're lovely. I love them. Well done. Well done. It's like when you buy something that the Queen's bought with Rachel Norris, isn't it? It's like, as what do they put on it when it's got the crown on it?
By Royal Appointment.
By Royal Appointment. By Rachel Norris Appointment Tools. That's what we're going to call them. Is that all right with you, Rachel?
That's fine with me.
That's good. There's Rachel's endorsement. I didn't even ask her permission. Right then, yeah, what should we do next? Oh, I've got some goodies. Now. We've challenged Rachel with these today. Do you know why? She saw these and she's never seen them before, as our lovely Rachel. And what did you say the second you saw them? You said, I need these, didn't you?
Yes. I thought I haven't got any antique bronze beads.
They're lovely, aren't they?
They're really, really good colour. And yes, because we've got the copper beads, we've got the gold beads and silver beads, and now we need...
Yeah, because we've got... I mean, the amount of people that have said that I know Jem, our lovely guest designer Jem, has said that the antique bronze wire is a new favourite, and she just absolutely loves it. But how wonderful that we've now got the antique copper coloured brass seed beads as well. Yeah, brilliant. And the 700 in this tube, not the 400 you might be expecting. 500 if you think you're going to be lucky, but here at Jewellery Maker, we're going to give you a whopping great big 700. And I did count them. I counted them before I came in.
They'll go on earring wires, they go on details. Yeah. You make a shepherd's hook, so you can put that little bead in on the top of the shepherd hook. Yeah, absolutely. And the tube literally lasts for ages. I made so many pieces with this particular tube. I'm only not even halfway through it. I've made stacks and stacks and stacks.
Yeah, they go a long way, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's stacks and stacks left in this one.
I'm so glad. Can I just say, I'm so glad that you made a slight faux pas then. You said shepherd's hood. I kept calling them seed beards yesterday. For some reason they were big. Right, $13.95. No, I want to do better than that, please. It's Saturday. Come on, let's go under 10. Come on, we can do it. Come on. Oh, I've got my Jewellery Maker upside down. Look, shall I turn it around so you can read Jewellery Maker? Look. 9. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. You've just given the post and packaging back. Oh, he's a little diva. Now, we've got some... Oh, we've got a brilliant seed bead pack coming up later. Absolute with the gold, the rose gold and the silver. Oh my word, 6 tubes, brilliant deal. If you love, and I have yet to find any jewellery maker that doesn't love including the seed beads into their pieces. And as our lovely Rachel just said, she's made, I mean, goodness me, 1, 2, 3, 4 necklaces, a bracelet, a corsage scarf pin, a beautiful dramatic ring, a gorgeous pair of earrings, and this giveaway piece that we're buying. Don't forget, if you buy our kit today, as soon as you buy one of our kits this afternoon, either the kit that we've just done, have we got any left, by the way, Phil? With 2 left. Oh, right, okay. We're in single figures. There's a handful left, apparently. But if you want, this is part of the second kit with the gold wire and the pearls. And this beautiful necklace here, if you buy either of the kits today, and we only had 54 of the first kit, then you are with a chance of winning that beautiful piece, and when you will be chosen at random, and it will go into your, it'll be posted out to you. And what a lovely surprise! What a lovely surprise! We'll just post it to you, and you'll get that. You'll get this. May I ask, if you were to sell this, dare I be so crass, Rachel Norris, and ask roughly what you would ask for?
I think, oh gosh, I wouldn't even know how to put a price on things. I'm not very good at this.
Yeah, because you're very humble, you are.
I'd set a price on my head. First of all, I never want to let most of my pieces go, first of all.
Because they're your babies, aren't they? We've had this chat today.
So some of it's emotional value and time, but I set a price in my head, what I would like to get for it, and then what the minimum I'd let it go for. So the minimum I'd let it go for is 70, and then I'd like to get 100 if it was nice. If it was a good day, probably,
Wow.
About that. Yes,
wow.
About that.
So just to mention then, we saved everybody $26.95 on the kit itself. It should have been over £70 the kit earlier on today. This, even if we're being conservative, between £70, and that's I think that's Rachel Norris severely under. Do you know what? There are 71 pearls in that piece. So we're talking even just a pound, a pound of pearl there anyway. But a Rachel Norris design, I tell you what, I wished I could get involved. I actually wish at this point I wasn't a member of staff and I could buy the kit and get a chance to win it as well. But there you go. We can't have everything in life, can we? At least I get to be here and I get to see it and I get to just have a little try of it. Yeah, brilliant deal there. So fantastic, Phil. Thank you. Lovely. Have you been given these, or shall I give them to you, my darling girl?
I've decided, because I've got copper, that I'm going to. Not use them. But I would have loved to use them. If I had an antique bronze piece,
that's fine.
Or I would. It'd be absolutely fantastic.
Okay,
so I do
darling.
Actually need them. And
she
I
does.
Need to
She
buy
needs them. We might have to slip these in a bag as she goes out today, mightn't we?
Them.
As a treat. Oh, now these are brand new. If I'd got enough, I'd have made them a star bar, but I don't, unfortunately. They're fabulous. These, now I think they're great for gents, great for ladies, totally unisex. And if I hold them, each one of them is hallmarked as well, because they're solid 925 sterling silver. Look at these. Now they are, just to separate them out for you, look, they are individual. These are square and ring looks. They've got the circle in the middle, they've got the square on the outside, so they're classed as a square ring spacer. They're a good size, 7.5mm, and you're going to get 10 of them. Now, if I actually pick, tell you what I'll do, if I turn this one around, can you see? Oh, hang on, get it the right way around for you. Well, actually, physically the wrong way around, so I want to show you that the fact that they're hallmarked, every single one of them. Can you see, look? Right at the bottom there, look, 925. And 925 is your hallmark for solid sterling silver. They're lovely, aren't they? Really unusual. You get 10 of them in total. Okay? And that is your hallmarked square ring, 7.5mm, solid 925 sterling silver. We've never seen these before. They are lush. Absolutely beautiful. I'll tell you what, I'll try and hold you one up on its own. Okay, she says, Tweezerville. Oh, she's done it. Grab the shot quick. Aren't they? Do you like these, Rachel?
Yes.
They're lovely, aren't they?
Just a lovely shape. You've got nice edges to reflect.
Haven't they
and
just?
You can put cords through them.
Yeah, that's the good news. And yeah, the cords and the satin cords and the paracords. And, yeah.
Really sort of masculine and unisex design.
Absolutely. That's what I think. We've had some of the lovely leather cordettes recently as well in all the lovely colours.
And also, it adds that little bit of individuality and specialness to your design that you're not, you know, you've got a different shape in there.
Absolutely. And as you say, great for gents as well. Lovely. And we love new ideas, don't we? Now, even though we're just launching these today, even though you get 10 of them, we're going to give you these, and every single one of them is hallmarked sterling silver. So if you do work with your sterling silver and you want to make sure your design is fully sterling silver, that includes your findings, and those spacers are so unusual. Now, understandably, most people are having a cheeky multi-buy, along with Richard in Midlothian and a collector in Berkshire, and our lovely Carol in Hampshire, and Molly in Greater London, and even Leslie. Now, they've all gone for 2 each. And also our lovely Leslie in Midlothian. Richard and Leslie, do you know one another? You're both in Midlothian? Might do. She's got 3. Our lovely Leslie's gone for 3. Good for you, why not? Now, when I read those names out with people in their baskets, it doesn't include all the people I've got on the telephone. So don't forget that number down there, look. 0800 6444 655. It's a free phone. Okay, so some of the deals we've got today, we're lovely and busy today. So obviously, we always are when we've got Rachel Norris. We really are. You know, you are an absolute joy, young lady over there. Don't you give me that bashful head down, looking up at me, bashful smile.
I don't know what to say to that, really. Well, it's very kind.
We all love you, Rachel. We love you. It's official. We love you. Rachel, we love you. So when I give this collectors, Kath, H, Jacqueline, Mary, Lynn, do need to be quick on those sweet peas because we haven't got that many of them. Sorry. $6.95. I get a bit, can I just tell you, I get a bit starstruck when I've got Rachel.
It's all gone quiet.
Oh, right, okay. I tell you what, we are treating it now. The great thing about black spinel is the fact that it goes with everything. That's what we love about black spinel, because it's 8 on the most hardness scale, so it's right up there. I mean, it can only be beaten by sapphire, ruby, and diamond. However, because it isn't quite as hard as a diamond, you can actually get extra polish onto a black spinel, and that is why every single time when you've got black spinel, you will get the most spectacular level of luster, so much more so than a black diamond, more often than not. Okay, because, and again, the thing is, it gets compared to black diamond so often because it was formed in the same cubic crystal structure as a black diamond. It has the luster, but even more so than a diamond. It's got brilliance like a diamond, but it's far, far rarer. Now, this is something to think about, right? We talk about black diamonds being rare. You know, for every 10,000 diamonds, you get a black diamond, okay? Now, this is not, you think how popular black spinel is, how much we all love black spinel. Have you ever wondered why black spinel is not one of our registered birthstones? Do you ever wonder why that is? Have you ever wondered why that is, Rachel?
I didn't know. Oh, no. I mean, there must be lots of gemstones they've missed off, but that's actually one in the crown jewels, isn't it? So you'd think a big gemstone like that would be.
Do you know why it's not a birthstone? Official birthstone?
No.
Because there aren't enough. So you think to meet commercial demand.
Yes.
So therefore, it is far, far rarer than a diamond. Far, far rarer. There are only about 4 or 5 now locations in the world mining black spinel, so it's very limited, very rare, hence why it never ever was made one of our birthstones because there are 18 official birthstones. There will never be enough black spinel. It's far too rare. It's far too sought after. And it just you couldn't possibly have it as a birthstone because it couldn't sort of supply the commercial demand on it, and that's the reason why. Now these are natural. Can I please show you them on the neckline because they're gorgeous? I'd love to see them with those sterling silver spacers we've just had. Just imagine that as a bracelet or a necklace with just 3 of those sterling silver square ring 7.5mm spacers we've just had. Would look really contemporary, wouldn't it? What would you think if I was going to take this down to single figures? For 115 carats of black spinel, despite everything I've just said. And look at that luster. You've got the most fantastic, dare I say, Rachel Norris, and I don't know how to word this politely, but you seem to be gawping at these then.
Well, I ordered Karen's kit the other day that Karen did because she had little mini black spinel, and as I got them out, literally it glittered.
It does, doesn't it?
Glittered, and those were tiny 2mm little beads. Yeah. And oh my goodness,
these they're huge, aren't they?
It looks like water, sunlight on water, or moonlight on water. Yeah. It's like glitter. It's constantly.
Absolutely, and that sharpness.
And shining. It's beautiful, and you can wear that, and your neck will be the sparkling jewellery around your neck will be beautiful.
I've got black spinel bracelets. I've got black spinel necklace, earrings. I've got in fact my 2 biggest gemstones in my collection would be chrome darkside and black spinel. And oh God, have I got time for a count? I'm going to make time. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 14, 16, they're huge. 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 47. 47 black spinel there. They're stunning. Well done, everybody. We've not got too many of these, have we, lovely Phil? No. I've only got 25 left. I'm ever so sorry. These will definitely be gone this afternoon. So if you want to be one of the first people to get hold of it, then if you check out right now, I've just about got availability, but I'm borderline over allocated now. So you can check out on the phone, free phone 0800 6444 655. Check out on the JewelleryMaker.com website or check out on the Jewellery Maker app with your PayPal. So please yourself. You've got your 30-day money-back guarantee. And good luck. Now then, I'm about to bring you... Now, most of us know black spinel, don't we? Okay, most of us know the big 5, your ruby, your diamond, your emerald, your sapphire, and your tanzanite. Now, the next gemstone, can I tell you now, if you want to create jewellery and pull somebody in, but bearing in mind, if you go into a shopping mall, the chances are you will never see this gemstone. This is one for the connoisseurs. This is a rare treat, and it is the most incredibly sought-after variety of chalcedony that you will ever manage to get your fingers on. So get ready for our fantastic star buy. Okay, I cannot even begin to tell you how excited I am to be able to show you this today. I never ever dreamed, never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd ever get to show you this. Now, as I said, if you went into a shopping mall anywhere on the planet, I'm reasonably confident that you would never see this next gemstone. That's how rare this is, okay? So this is about, in fact, you will only ever find a very, very few select high-end jewellers that will be making their unique one-off designs using this gemstone. It's extremely limited. Now let me tell you something else before I show you, okay? The reason being there are only a very few sources in the world that have ever managed to provide any level of sort of noteworthy amounts of gem silica. Again, we were talking earlier, there are some gemstones in life that sound romantic. Ruby, emerald, you know, diamonds, they sound romantic. There are some gemstones, I think chrome dioxide, you know, stick tight, chrysocolla, gem silica, they don't necessarily sound beautiful. But this gemstone, let me tell you now, as I said, I'll show you in a second, there are very few sources in the world anywhere that have ever managed to generate any sort of noteworthy amount. It's usually very costly, it's usually very, very limited, and it is hugely, hugely rare. Okay, I literally am having a bit of a moment here. I'll show you them to you. They are fascinating. You may know them as, I'll show you them. I've got to show you them. And then I'll carry on. I could talk for the next 4 hours on this. Literally. I never thought I'd see one in the flesh. I cannot believe we've had them. Now, if you're looking at these thinking, actually, they are a little bit like chrysocolla. They do have chrysocolla within them. But gem silica is this beautiful bluish green or greenish blue, a bit like when we think about a Paraiba tourmaline. And it's a variety of chalcedony. So the great thing is as well, with it being a variety of chalcedony, it's got a good hardness. I mean, it's 7 on the Mohs hardness scale. It's due, the vivid colour is because it's got the presence of copper, again, like a Paraiba tourmaline. Now, because it actually contains chrysocolla, you may have often heard of it as the chrysocolla chalcedony or the gem silica chrysocolla. That's what it's called. But you know what? It is singularly the most valuable and the most sought after of any of the chalcedonies on the planet today. Any one of them. This, if you're like me and you love your chalcedonies, this is your ultimate. I mean, let me just show you one. The colours are amazing. Look at this. You can see the hints of chrysocolla, can't you? Now, because it's the most valuable variety of chalcedony, at the moment on the marketplace today, if you get a good quality cut gemstone of gem silica, do you know how much they're selling per carat? It's always classed as dollars. Over $100 a carat of gem silica. So if you've never heard of it, try your 30-day money-back guarantee. This, for me, is when our 30-day money-back guarantee comes into its own. Isn't it? And wouldn't it go lovely with your top, Gemma?
Oh, I love it.
Oh, sorry, did I just say Gemma, Rachel? It's because I'm sorry. It's because Gemma's just come up on the thing and bought one. I do apologise, Rachel.
Oh, that is beautiful.
I'll let you have a look at these in close. Have you ever worked with gem silica, Rachel?
No, I've never seen it before. And when you were talking about it in the office and saying, you know, about the name, how can we make the name beautiful?
Yeah.
I think just look at the gemstone.
Exactly, and that's the thing. The name's irrelevant, isn't it? It really, really is.
Oh, it's beautiful. Got all the colours you need.
Exactly. They're gorgeous, bluey greens and those blues within. I mean, that's fascinating. Look.
How is it coloured blue and green?
Because of the copper within.
The copper.
It's all down to the copper,
yeah. Oxidisation states of copper. One's the blue and one's the.
It's like Paraiba tourmaline, because it's one of the copper-bearing gemstones. You get the bluey greens or the greeny blue Paraiba tourmaline, and yeah, it would go lovely with your top. I'd love to. In fact, this is the most perfect gemstone for the top you're wearing today, isn't it, Rachel? It's absolutely gorgeous.
I would love to work with that, but another day.
Another day. Absolutely. I love that. Show some another day. But can I just say, most people won't have heard about this. It's got a stunning translucence. It's a very, very rare gem. It's completely natural. But as I say, now, the other thing to mention, you know when I said there's only a few locations in the world that have ever produced a amount, the only thing is as well, this is how rare, this is how few people Mother Nature intended to get this. Those few locations on the planet, okay, when they've mined and they've actually found gem silica, they've only ever, the amount that they've mined it's taken about a year or possibly 2 to deplete the mine. So it really is not going to be around for very long. It is a very unique, highly sought after, the most valuable variety of chalcedony ever. We only managed to get a parcel of 80, that was it. 80 carats of gem silica. You are guaranteed different shapes. I've obviously got a lovely elongated oval and a beautiful, fascinating pear drop. But as you see, look, it's got blacks, it's got greens, dark greens, light greens, peridot greens, that beautiful, dare I say, kyanite blue in there, look. Wow. As I said, if you could line, I truly believe, 1,000 people up. Certainly not in the gemstone trade. I don't think any one of those 1,000 people who have ever heard of gem silica. That's how rare a treat this is. This really, really we are never going to be able to bring you very many of these. Never. Isn't that incredible? Oh, absolutely incredible. Let me just show you. Do you know what? This is one of that for me, when you turn the cabochon over, that for me is a classic of trying to show you how truly awe-inspiring Mother Nature is. I mean, there you have it. That just, you think about the tectonic plates as the land masses have come together and then pushed landmass into sort of like the Himalayan mountains in Nepal, where we get the kyanite from, then you imagine, you know, sort of like how you sort of make, how a gemstone, depending on how far down it's compacted into the earth, whether it grows in the hot magma, how it's pressurized, how the heat, the temperature, that there is your rarity. Amazing. Now, I'm so glad you've just said this, Deborah, because you know what? I was just about to get on the price per cabochon on the internet, and you just beat me to it. She said, "Hi, ladies." Hello, lovely. She said, "I've just found a 9.8 carat cabochon of gem silica on the internet, selling just so less than 10 carats for $55, and it's tiny." That's it. It's like ammonite. This is rare, rare, rare. And I said, as I said, go and see a gemologist. Even show a gemologist that you've managed to get your fingers on, even if you never put this into jewellery, you just keep this as a collectible stone. This is real connoisseurs. This is about people that are going to walk up to you. You're going to have to tell them the story, because they're not going to know. They are not going to know about gem silica. I'm that confident. You line 1,000 people up on gem silica and they're not going to have heard what it is. This is giving you real kudos as a gem designer. If you do sell your jewellery, you've got a website or you've got your store and people come up, have that. I tell you what, Mark Smith would do this. Have that on your craft store, and you then discuss and talk to people. Get your authenticity gift card with it. I mean, that 25 pence with the authenticity gift card, best 25 pence you're going to spend. Now, Alan, is that my mate, Alan? Hello, Alan. Guest designer, Alan. He said, "What an amazing gem. I've never heard of it before." Exactly. The chances are you won't have. That's how rare this is, okay? But it would look amazing as a pendant with the black spinel from earlier. Do you know what, Alan? You're absolutely right. Hope you're well, my lovely, gorgeous. Yeah. Imagine that look. Most people, yeah, because you've got that hint of black there. On the other cabochon here, we've got those gorgeous kyanite blues effectively within. Neon apatite, yeah, can you imagine? Neon apatite or kyanite or tanzanite. Oh, hang on, we've got a tanzanite special deal for you tomorrow on the afternoon show with myself and Laura Binding tomorrow. So, so you could get tanzanite with that, would look amazing. Sodalite would look great, any of those. Now, I did start with 80. If these don't all sell out today, then I've not done my job properly, because this is massive kudos for you. This is superb. Do you know what? If Steve Bennett was... In fact, I'm going to ring Steve Bennett when I get off the show. I'm going to say, when I've had gem silica, and go, "No way, you haven't." I said, I have. I wish I could... No. Unfortunately, he's flying out to the Tucson Trade Fair in Arizona as we speak. But you know what? The management didn't dare tell me I got this last night, because they were worried that if Steve Bennett knew we'd got these, he'd be getting them back for gem pouring. We would never have seen them. And oh no, you're kidding me. Hang on a second. What's the carat weight? Right, hang on. Somebody's just seen a 9.8 carat, okay, for $55. So do me a favour. What's that times 8? $55 times 8, because we've got 80 carats and they saw a less than 10 carat. $440 worth then, technically, there. If we go by Deborah, when she's just... It was Deborah, wasn't it? I think it was Deborah that came in and said, "I've just seen one online, $55 for 9.8 carats. So we've got 80 carats, times that by 8, because that's 8 times 10. We are talking about how much? Over $440 worth. And you're getting it on Jewellery Maker for £20. Honestly, we have just unwittingly massively undersold those at less than £20, and I'm telling you that right now. So insider tip, I think we've mispriced those 100%.
They could have been put in a kit and...
Yeah.
You know, and we could have... Yeah, or...
I think we've made a massive faux pas there, Rachel. I kid you not.
We make them into a kit.
Whoever's priced those in our buying team, I'm going to have a chat with you. Because that is a shock. If you, as I said, please, if you happen to be lucky enough to know a gemologist, you go and take one of these. You take one of these and say, "I've managed to get a gem silica." I mean, the chances are, what do you reckon? I mean, you've got to be 80 carats, so we've got to be, should we say 50 carats and 60 carats and 20 carats, do you reckon, just guessing? If you went and took one of those, 20, natural and from the United States of America, I mean, imagine coupling these with it. If you manage to get that one of the most sought after peridot, the most valuable peridot on the marketplace at the moment is the parcel that we've got from the United States of America. Every one of the USA peridot strand I bought you yesterday sold out in seconds. Imagine incorporating US of A gem silica, super rare, from a connoisseur's point of view. This is about a collector, a connoisseur, and I've only got 20 left. Phil, can I ask you to log in as me? I'm sorry to do this live on air, and I wouldn't normally do this, but I need a gem silica. So, Phil, you know when you did that for Gemma Crow yesterday, can you log me in and get me one, please, 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 before we sell out? Thank you. Sorry to do that, folks. I don't normally do that, but I cannot go home without gem silica. I can't. Sorry. I'm only going to take one. I'm only going to take one, but I am going to take one. I'm sorry, I am.
Good idea.
Oh, I can't believe we've got gem silica on Jewellery Maker. We did promise you after our 2 big sales, one before Christmas, one after Christmas, we were going to bring you new kit, didn't we? We did, and my goodness me, are we doing what we promised?
Amazing.
Oh, I'm having a moment. Now, hi, lovely lady, Sarah said, hello. Oh, what a lovely message, Sarah. Hello, gorge. She said, I'm late tuning in, shame on me. She said, oh, what, better late than never. That's what we say, Sarah. She said, now, what is the beautiful necklace to your right, Zena? It's stunning. I don't disagree, Sarah. Right, Sarah, we got Rachel Norris in the studio. I know. Yeah, look at that beaming, gorgeous face. Rachel Norris has handmade this beautiful necklace. This is the kit that we've got coming up in half an hour's time with the beautiful gold wire and these delicious pearls. The kit, now, earlier on today, we took it down £26.95. We saved you on the first kit with all the lavender quartz and the rose quartz and the beautiful purple dyed quartz and 120 metres of copper wire. We took the price of that kit down and saved you £26.95. The kit this afternoon in half an hour, you can buy it for less than the price of the saving that we gave you, so it's going to go to under £26.95. And this necklace, as handmade by Rachel Norris, if you buy either of the kits this afternoon, lovely Sarah, and anybody else, one lucky person will be drawn at random, and this stunning necklace made by Rachel will be sent to you free of charge. Oh, happy days are here again. Unfortunately, I'm a member of staff, so despite the fact whether I bought the kit or not, I can't get it, can I, Rachel?
Sorry, no.
It's okay, I've got to touch it. So yeah, you got a chance to win it, Sarah. Oh, these are not. Oh, I like these.
Oh, I know, I looked at those, I thought they are really beautiful, aren't they?
They're a disco diva in themselves, aren't they, Rachel?
They're really fun.
Oh.
What are they made out of, Zena? Because they looked...
They're actually black agate underneath. Coated black agate. Purple coated black agate. They are... Can you see, look, as well? Now, I'm going to show you this. In fact, let me just separate it out. Can you see the lovely gold and all those pinks and purples, look? Can you see, look? And I tell you what, heck of a drill hole, look.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, you'd easily get a 1 mil in there, wouldn't you, Rachel, I'd have thought?
I like working with mystic coated gemstones.
Do you? Why?
Really do. Oh, they've got the weight. The agate gives them the weight.
Yep.
And I like the mirror ball aspect, the shininess.
Yeah.
Goes with the wire because the wire has a shine too. I quite like them because they're fun party things and evening wear.
I think they're fun and flirtatious, and they're a little bit naughty. Is that what you think, Rachel?
Well, Gemma's kits yesterday with that purple.
Oh yeah, we had all that lovely purple leather as well, didn't we?
If you've got that, you can tune that up with some of
those purple quartz nuggets, the coated ones we had in the kit. Yeah, they'd be lush, wouldn't they?
And get some gold coated hematite or gold coated agate as well. Team it up with that. It would look amazing,
wouldn't it?
Or the silver.
Do you know what I'd love to see? If you managed to get the kit earlier as well with our lovely Rachel Norris, because we had lavender amethyst and rose quartz in there as well, didn't we?
Yes, you can. Yes, some of the purple quartz that's come up lately, you could have a clear gemstone with that.
Yeah,
that would work well.
That would look lovely as well. I've got some amazing facety clear quartz today as well.
Smoky quartz as well.
Now, 4 mil and 10 mil rounds. Would you expect to do 2 strands for the baseline Jewellery Maker price of just $6.95? Do you understand why I go home with cheek face ache from smiling at all these amazing deals? I do. I have to relax. My fellow, when I come home, he always says, you always look miserable. I said, because my face is tired from smiling and being happy and ecstatic at these ridiculous, fantastic deals we bring all our lovely jewellery makers. No, oh, Nuno, I've not spoken to you for ages. Hello. Oh, I have missed you. Jenny as well, collector in Paris. Now, I've only got, how many have I got left, Phil? Got 20 left. So William, lovely William. Nuno, collector in Durham. Jenny in Bristol, collector in Surrey, in Paris, in County Antrim. I haven't got many. I'm ever so sorry. So, in fact, I'm down to 15. I'm nearly at single figures, so they're all going to be gone. But good luck, good luck, good luck. In fact, I've got a lot of people coming on the phones as well. People sometimes, when they see a deal like this, they think, oh, I'm not going to risk it. Bang, on the phone, really quick. Our call centre are super efficient. They'll look after you great. If you want to get these, they're wonderful. Beautiful purple colour-coated agates in your little 4mm rounds and your 10mm rounds. So it's great to have the contrast as well. Oh my word, there's a big last rush. There's Veronica, collector in Norfolk, Sarah, collector in Warwick, Pamela in Hampshire. I'm not going to have enough.
Yeah,
Warning.
I like the bit of gold there too.
That's the bit I like, the gold.
Yeah, gold and the purple.
As it goes towards the drill hole.
Yeah,
Me and Rachel are like looking at the big screen and just giggling at each other because we think these are lovely. I think we'd have a bit of a squabble for these, wouldn't we, Rachel, if it was me and you and they got thrown into the centre of us?
I'd have to make something for you and then
you can have them
distract you with that and then run away.
You can have them, Rachel. Look at that. I'll make something for you. There you go. Oh, I do love you, Rachel. I love working with Rachel. She's so lovely. Mind you, she's bought 2 boxes of cookies in. She hasn't opened them up yet.
They're in there.
It has been noted.
Oh, they're in there, yes.
I'm only joking. She's bought posh cookies in as well.
Have a go at them.
Ones. Yeah, posh ones. Sorry, Phil, we're chatting about cookies. Yeah, would you like me to do something? Oh, now, we've just been talking about these that we had on the show yesterday with our lovely Gemma, didn't I? But these are the Mystic Blue. Now, yesterday in the kit, we had, with our lovely Gemma Crow, we had the purple coated quartz. These are the Mystic Blue quartz. Okay, these are wonderful. Again, that wonderful blue, great for gents jewellery because of the size, and obviously boys and girls love blue, don't they? 50%, I still find that incredible. 50% of the population, their favourite colour. The old thing, didn't it, used to be, you know, buy blue for a boy, get pink for a girl, but half, if you lined up like 10 people, 5 their favourite colour would be blue. And it wouldn't matter if they were a boy or a girl.
Because you can have there's different shades, they're very feminine, baby blues.
I'm going to look at aquamarine.
Yes, and then you've got royal blues. I mean, you've got so many tones and textures tones and shades of blue.
Yeah. Well, it's a happy colour as well, because if you think about a lot of the social media, I mean, a lot of the social, let's think of one of the biggest social media sites in the world that we use here on Jewellery Maker, Facebook, their corporate colours are blue. And it's because it's a happy, warm, very sociable colour. That's the great thing. Okay. Look at those. They're big, bold. Again, pink's coming through. Look at the size of those. Great nuggets, aren't they?
Yeah, I like them. And they go with silver. Lots of silver with them. And
those lovely silver spaces as well. Now, don't forget as well, if you are one of the lucky, and I'm going to be one of you because I've managed to check one, lucky people that got the hugely collectible gem silica cabochons. Can you imagine that with those coming through? Look. How cool would that look? Wrapped in silver, attached to those.
Gosh.
Wow. We're going to take 230 carats of Mystic Blue quartz. Can I just check if we got any of the gem silicas left?
Electric.
There's about that many left. That's it.
Gosh, lucky things. Whoever's got those, who have fun with them.
And I don't normally buy live on air because I like to look at, but sorry, when it comes to gem silica, I could not let those go. Sorry. There was no way I was going home without those today. Okay, amazing Mystic Blue quartz nuggets, 230 carats. They are coated. They give that fabulous. Should I give you a quick count? We've got time. Keep 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Rachel Norris. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 20, 25 of those on there. Sorry, my little brain stopped after 24. Do you get that, everybody? Please tell me I'm not on my own. Rachel, do you get this sometimes, where some days you're really good at counting and other days it just defeats you?
I have to do it again and again.
Thank you. I thought it was me.
And if I get the same number twice, I've probably got it right that time round.
Some days I fly through the counting, other days I get there and I think, I have no idea what number comes next. Oh, see, Rachel's so kind though. She'd say that just to make me not feel as bad. That's how lovely this lady is.
It's true. It's true.
Is it true? Oh,
it's
all right.
true.
Oh, now, if you've just got those beautiful mystic blue quartz, how about? Oh, I'll tell you what. We bring you tiger's eye, but not the yellow, not the fuchsia, not the silver, but the royal blue. The royal blue tiger's eye in 4mm rounds. They are amazing. Great for gents, great for ladies. They are just lush, aren't they? I mean, other than Jewellery Maker, I'm going to ask you a question now, because I haven't. Mind you, I'm obsessed with Jewellery Maker, so I don't particularly look that far elsewhere. But until Jewellery Maker, I've been on, as I said, on my cousin and sister channels for, you know, on the lounge and gems and rocks and things for 3 years now, and I've never knew blue tiger's eye existed.
You won't get them from the run-of-the-mill, you know, retailers or anything. This is where Jewellery Maker comes into its own, bringing really, really unusual, lovely gemstones to work with.
Yeah.
You just don't get. It's really difficult to get.
Exactly. Them. I think
I have to trawl different.
Yeah.
If I've got a gemstone I need to get
a specific one for and
Jewellery Maker I check first, and if I haven't got it, then I'll have to. And I'm looking everywhere, and I have to buy one bit from one site and another bit from another site, and
it's that and the thing I love is that diversity of gemstones and product, of course, and findings and storage, but particularly the gemstones, they're 100% genuine. And to get that royal blue, I mean, couple this, can you imagine this with a lovely big cabochon of lapis lazuli? How stunning that would look, or one of our denim quartz, or our denim lapis, they're lovely as well. Actually, I saw you with a design earlier that you've got with a denim. Was it in your seahorse or one of your
in the
dolphin?
moths and the dolphins?
Was it in the dolphin?
They all use. I use a lot of that colour.
Yeah, because against the wires and the coppers, particularly in the silvers, they look amazing, don't they? Yeah, I was very lucky. Am I allowed to say what you're doing, what you're writing?
I'm writing. Trying to write a book. I'm nearly there. And that's why I took a bit of time off. I'm going to take a bit more time off before the next
I'll
show.
be first in the queue to get that. Can I get it signed, please? Yes. A book by Rachel Norris. Who wouldn't?
If someone will print it, we'll see.
I think they'll be fighting over themselves to print your book, Rachel Norris. $5.95. Now, Denise across the pond in our lovely Kansas, you've managed to get them well done. Tracy in Sussex, hello, gorgeous face. You've managed to get to. Christine collected. June's got to. Oh, most people are getting to. Clearance price at $5.95. Goodness knows why, because why would we possibly do a clearance price on such a rare gem? Oh, bless you, Maxine. Now, Maxine is a good friend of mine from the lounge. And Maxine is my US mum, and Maxine has got a lot of our, on Gemporia, they have a high-end brand of jewellery called Larique. And Maxine has got Larique pieces. I think she's into double figures now, and she's got quad A tanzanite. So this lady knows over rare gemstones. Maxine, across the pond in Tennessee, has just said, thank you, Maxine. Another gem silica, which we've just talked about, these rare gem silica cabochons that you probably never heard of, very rare, and this is a privilege for you to get hold of. She's just in a 5-carat one for $400. For $400 for 5 carats. We've just bought you 80 carats for less than £20. As I said, I do feel that possibly we have hugely and massively incorrectly priced our gem silica cabochons today.
I know you're probably moving on in a bit, but it's showing the similar type of gemstone I use in a piece.
Look at this peacock brooch by our lovely Rachel. You're fantastic, thank you. Now look at that. Imagine those with the blue tiger's eye and the peacock tail. Can I show you that in the? That is beautiful, Rachel. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, but it'd be a lovely eye. The eyes and things I've used, they're sort of dolphin's eyes and...
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Can I keep him next to me? Peter the peacock.
You can for the minute, that's lovely. And then it has to go back in my box. There.
See that? She was telling me then when she... Yes, you can borrow it, but I'm having it back.
Sorry.
It's all right. Now, Rachel, sorry?
I don't know why I said that. That was really mean of me. Sorry.
Oh, I'll tell you what we've got to do. Hang on. We've only got 10 minutes left of the hour, so we'll do one really fast, quick one, and then we've got to come back to you, haven't we, Rachel? Sorry, I forgot that. Right, quickly, let's do one really quick. Right, now we're going to challenge Rachel with these. So, Rachel, We've already given them to her, so don't let me kid yourself that she hasn't got them. She has. And you chose these, didn't you, lovely?
They're not very strong because I haven't made them very strong yet, but I'm going to do a link necklace with. I'm going to see how many I can make in the time, but that's actually a row of flowers, so it's horizontal, and that will make into a row of flowers.
Oh, Rachel. 6mm, 8mm, 10mm in those lovely shaded pink quartz. Oh my word, I love the rose quartz pink. I love the hot pink in there. That variation on the shading of pinks is divine, isn't it? Oh, I'm thinking cherry blossom.
Yes, very oriental colour, springtime.
Imagine those with jadeite.
Yes, and the soft greens of that colour. Yes, yeah. They are quite lovely actually. I'm really enjoying
Brand
looking at
new
them
they
because
are.
each one's different. Each one's got a different set of tonal shading.
Yeah, they're lovely. Cherry blossom, and it makes you think of South Pacific, doesn't it? Younger than springtime are these.
But it's not a flat pink.
No,
it's
that's the thing, yeah.
Because it's got this
It's like a 3D pink, isn't it? Now, Rachel, how do you think, bearing in mind we're about to go 260, 360, 450, is that 530 carats, I think that is, for $6.95. No, $6.95. I'm going to come over those. Are beautiful. Now, Rachel, I'm very conscious. We've only got about 5-10 minutes left. Should we come back and go through the last bit of your pendant? Is that okay?
So people know how to.
Is that okay, darling? Because we did leave we don't want to leave people short. Brilliant. We're challenging Rachel. You've seen what she's done with those flowers already. $6.95. They're gorgeous. I've never seen them like that. Right then. So we'll come across just to. So for those of you that were watching the demonstration earlier, Rachel made all the different components with the drawing to scale for the components, and she made all the separate components in this amazing, just in case you didn't get to see what Rachel had made, this beautiful yin and yang pendant. So we just want to sort of show everybody how to pop it all together, don't we?
Yes, from here, from this frame, I've attached a bit of 0.4mm wire and then started to work down the central spine. Having planned, and you're attaching in the same way as you did these two pieces together, you're now attaching these two pieces in here together.
Okay.
And what I did do, unfortunately because this is not attached, is plan where I was going to attach. So I wound down here. What I'm going to do is take you to the next stage so you can see. You attach the central spine first, then you work around the outside. So it's easier to do it that way.
Okay.
I'm taking this away. And then what I'm going to do is talk through the next stage.
Okay.
And then you'll see.
Yeah.
So I basically placed them into place. This is the fiddly bit. I wound down the central spine a little bit and then bound across to this point here. And again, the photograph's on the website so you can see exactly where I bound.
Thank you.
And I also wound down to here and bound that one in. And then I just worked down, binding from side to side across to each piece until they were rigidly in place. And actually once you've got these two bits in place and these two bits in place, it's really easy to work along.
Yeah.
When you get to the centre, just cut the two ends of 0.4 wire at some point and tuck in.
Okay.
And then what you do, you've got a circle without anything on the outside, is you bring in one of these and start attaching.
Oh, that was the first thing we did really, wasn't it?
Yes, and you start then attaching this to the outside. And you can either use the tail end of 0.4 that you've got left from attaching this bit, or you can attach a new bit. And I actually found it easier to work from the middle, and then just wrap around, binding to these prongs, and then wrapping round, binding to each point. Now on my finished pendant, I found that I was distorting the shape by pulling in. You can see this is a slightly distorted shape.
Okay.
And I added a little bead in. So if you feel you want to wrap across to something to stabilise it, as you see, what I've done is every so often wound around the outside and bound to the inner frame, and then also bound to these other frames. I've added in a bead to add a bit of space, and that stops you distorting the circle. So keep placing it back on the diagram to make sure you're not pulling it out of line.
That's
and when you get to the top, what you do then is you can weave a bail. And I haven't had time to weave the bail, but you know that it's a 2x2 cross
I'll
weave.
hold that there and then people can see both.
And I had a bail section to show, and it was in a mistake. Basically, I got it wrong, and I got it all wrong, and I cut it out, and like that. And I wove a bail like this. And So it's a 2x2 simple basket weave, which I think you've all seen being done, up to the top. And then what I did to make an indentation, I just used the round ends of the pliers. Sorry, I'll burn.
No, it looks ever so sore as well. Was it good what you made? Was it worth it? What did you make?
Probably just shoving a pizza in the oven actually or something, and didn't care. Just rub along this with your ends
with
of the
handle of your.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good
It's
idea
soft
again.
and it's making a curve, so that when you bend it round, you get a really lovely indentation.
Oh yeah.
And on that indentation, then you can wrap around a set of beads, which is what I've done. You can have a look. I've just taken
put the little lavender amethyst around,
and
haven't
it
you?
holds in this groove really well. And then that's really all you do.
What a great idea.
And things like that. And then add tassels to the ends.
Now, you've got an owl necklace. Can you see it's like a little owl face in the bail? Have you seen that? It's like a little owl's face. Is it just me that's seeing that, look? Can you see it? Look.
Is it?
It looks like a little owl.
Well, it's got two little eyes and a nose.
Yeah.
Yes, it has.
I see. You hadn't spotted that, had you?
No.
That's so beautiful.
And then really going through it, all I've done is embellished with another bead at the top, wrapped it round and things like that. But luckily, you'll have seen bails being made. It's just that little extra detail of getting, and I know Laura's demonstrated it as well, actually. It's she makes these things beautifully. And just making that little groove enables you to bring the beads
those
around.
lavender amethyst
and
again.
Tassels to make it a moving piece. And you can see how I've attached everything together. And no two will be exactly the same.
We could make some with the tassels, without the tassels, whatever you prefer.
Yes, actually, if you want to make it easier, just make a circle around. In fact, you don't even have to necessarily have this outer.
That's what I mean. You could have either or.
If you've made it the first way round or the other way round, where you've made a circle and an S shape of wire, and you'll have two bail wires anyway. You needn't add this extra bit. I just wanted to make sure that you had this extra element of movement to the piece.
Yeah, I like that.
Because when you move, nothing adds to jewellery more than having a bit of movement,
I agree, yeah,
or
absolutely.
a dangle or something like that, and that makes it interesting because it will catch someone's eye and you'll have a look at it. And it makes it look like a little fringe.
Thank you.
There.
Oh, I'm so glad you got to show us that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you as well for giving me the time.
Thank you, my darling. Can I just quickly say, in the next hour, I'm going to bring you this. When are we doing this? Sorry, 20 past.
Look at those beads.
3 or 4, Phil. 20 past 3. So in the next hour, in 25 minutes, we're going to give you the chance. 3,600 beads. And also, can I just say, the first kit that we bought you, if you'd have bought it earlier on, don't forget you get the chance to win Rachel's necklace. I've got to be quick, I've got about 10 seconds, but we saved you £26.95. The next kit of Rachel Norris's is going to be, I think, the most affordable Rachel Norris kit we have ever bought you on Jewellery Maker.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
Famed for their openness of colour, our Hunan Peridot gemstones are sought after for their bright greens and graceful golden undertones. Brought to life by their dazzling brilliance, we are able to bring out the pure hues, the fire and the sheer brilliance of this gem. We only source raw crystals with the potential to show off all of these remarkable qualities. For a gem full of sparkling bright greens and glorious golden tones, look no further than our Chinese Hunan Peridot.
There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
Pearls are classic. I mean, who doesn't love pearls? You look at them, they look elegant, they look classy, and they make elegant, classy jewellery when you're creating with them. I think right from the whitest of white pearl to the peach pearl, they're always stunning, and anybody can wear them. They're one of my favourites. You see them, don't you, in expensive jewellers, covered in diamonds. Diamond and pearls are the classic duo, and that's why I love pearls.
Pearls are always a huge seller on Jewellery Maker, and I think it's because there's a huge amount of emotional attachment to them. I think whatever walk of life you come from, whatever your age, you always associate pearls with maybe someone who's worn pearls before you, maybe your grandma, maybe your mum. So there's always that emotional attachment to pearls, and they can be classic, they can be contemporary, they can really be whatever you want them to be, and definitely one of my favourite gemstones.
Are you new to jewellery making? Not sure where to start? Not sure what materials you'll need? Then tune into Jewellery Maker between 7 PM and 9 PM throughout January for our Get Started show. We'll guide you through how to get started with step-by-step tutorials. Our talented designers will give you advice, inspiration, and introduce you to new mediums. Start off the new year with a new hobby.
Ametista do Sol is a small Brazilian town in Rio Grande do Sul. 95% of its residents make a living from amethyst, which is why it takes its name from this beautiful gemstone.
In Rio Grande do Sul, all of your amethyst is formed in geodes. None of them are in big crystal structures like in the north of Brazil, but all of them are in beautiful geodes. And nearly all the mining takes place underground. Here's one that's been left by the miners in the host rock. I'm taking it that the quality here was not quite good enough for them. But it's fascinating, it's almost mystical to think that all of the amethyst in this region comes in this very unusual form.
Ametista amethyst features vivid colours and incredible clarity, so our very finest amethyst is sourced from this remarkable town. Ametista amethyst from Jewellery Maker.
Hello my lovelies, do you know what? I hope you're having as wonderful a time as I'm having and our Jewellery Maker crew are having today. Just having Rachel Norris in the studio and the amazing creation that Rachel did in the first designer kit. Now the good news is, please remember that one of these next pieces you will have the chance of winning today. All you had to do is buy either the first kit, and bearing in mind I've only got single figures of that kit remaining. Okay, we only started with 54, and on this one we've got, how many of these? 72 of this, and it's already checking out very quickly. If you love your pearls and you love your wire, we're about to make this the most affordable kit we think of Rachel Norris ever. And in the first kit, we saved you, should have been over £70, and we went to under 45, so we saved you £26.95, and I can guarantee you now, this next kit from our lovely Rachel Norris will be going under £26.95. So basically, it was buy the first kit, get the second kit free. Pretty much. Okay, well, if you buy both, that's exactly what it is. Buy the first kit, get the second kit free, and you will be put into a chance of winning. So the more kits you buy, the more chances you've got. The odds are more fantastic. And already, what was it? 72 and 54. 70, was that 100 and, did I say 120? Hang on, my brain stopped. 54 and 72. 54 and 70. Is that 126? So 1 in 126 chances of winning that beautiful Rachel Norris piece of jewellery. Okay, now 20 of these have gone already. So we started with 72. For those of you quick, we're down to less than 50 already. So we have got, can I show you the gemstones first? We have got 3 different shapes here of your freshwater cultured pearls. And you know what? They're not any freshwater cultured pearls. They're black. So We are talking about, if you've got any white pearls in your stash, you could make the most beautiful Chanel-esque monochromatic design with the black and white pearls. Black pearls as made incredibly famous by the lovely Queen Victoria. I mean, not only did Queen Victoria make marcasite famous, she also was the first person, herself and Prince Albert, that actually got us all having Christmas trees, because they had a Christmas tree, did a painting of it, and then everybody wanted one because the Queen had got one. And also she was very, very passionate about black pearls. Now, 30 of the kits have gone already. I have got black, genuine, organic, freshwater cultured pearls. I've got these there's 3 different shapes here. You've got they're all the same size, but they're different shapes. So you've got these lovely pearl drops, these beautiful, the droplets. You've got the rounds, and you've got the fancy. So 3 different shapes. Now, I've never seen us do that on Jewellery Maker. That is wonderful. I mean, to get 1 strand of black pearls is an absolute joy. Okay, now, I'll show you the wire. I'd love to keep chatting about this, but you know what? We will want to get across to our lovely Gemma. I've done Gemma again. It's because Gemma there's a Gemma that keeps coming in and buying all the kits, and I keep seeing the name, and I keep going, and I had Gemma on. I'm Rachel. I am.
I'll go with that.
Rachel. It's because Gemma's just bought a kit. I'm so sorry,
don't be sorry,
Rachel. Gemma, stop buying the kits. I won't keep reading your name then. Okay, I've only got 18 kits left, okay, with these Arabian Nights with our lovely Rachel Norris. I've got 3 lots of wire, 100 metres in the middle of your 0.25, 10 metres of your 0.6 and 10 metres of your 1 mil. We should be at £39.70. I've already told you I'm going to under £26.95, so we've got to do it. Get ready. Less than £26.95 guaranteed on this Rachel Norris amazing black pearl 3 strand and 120 metres of wire for £24.95. 24. I remember when we used to first bring you the 100 metre reels at £24.95.
That's a lot of wire.
Yeah, 120 metres, Rachel.
Pearls, yes.
Absolutely. Okay, do you know what? Are you ready for us?
More or less, yes, actually. Yes, I'll go back to my challenge. I'll say distracted. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That's fine.
Right, okay. So, 120 metres. You've got 0.25 mil, 0.6 mil and 1 mil. You've got 3 strands of 3 different shapes, drops, rondelles and rounds. And we are about to bring you... That kit's about to sell out. 4 left. Okay, 4 left, okay. Right, I'm going to pop across to Rachel. I'm going to show you the seed bead deal I've got for you as well coming up. And then... talk about one of the we did say it was going to be one of the most affordable Rachel Norris kits ever. That's thanks to your gorgeous jewellery, that is, lovely girl. Okay, now...
Right.
Firstly, are we doing these now, or are we just going to talk about these now? Okay. Can I do this just quickly?
Please, please,
okay.
please. Oh, we've got the rings to show as well.
Yes, we have as well, haven't we? Sorry, my darling. Not holding any of those, are we?
There we go.
If I can just squeeze, can I squeeze those in there? Oh, and then we'll move, can you move those over so I can just get them in? That's it, thank you, darling girl. Yes, so, we'll make sure I don't lean at that.
It's okay, don't worry.
Okay, so we've got the seed beads. Now, this is one of the most impressive seed bead deals we've ever brought to you. Now, each of the tubes, would you believe, has got 600 pieces within it. So 1,600 seed beads. Gold-plated, rose gold-plated, and silver plated. Okay, you've got 2 tubes of each. You've got 3 mil and 4 mil, respectively, in each tube. Okay, so obviously the big ones are the bigger ones. They've all got 600 each, so we've got 1,600 pieces. They are what they are. They don't need any further explanation. They've got massive drill holes in them as well, haven't they?
Yes, I love the bubble effect you get with them. So I've used them to make the bubble centres for the rings to build up a really impact centerpiece for and they're great for spacing, for hiding little bits of wire work. So if you've got a messy bit of wire work, put another bit of
and it hides the same all the colour, work, doesn't
so
it?
it blends in.
Yeah.
But it's also got a shine and a fantastic spacers. I have used them. I use them all the time.
They're beautiful, aren't they? I love them.
They come in useful all the time.
Yeah. Now, we don't have that many of these. It's the best, it's the biggest, most fantastic deal I've ever seen on seed beads. Should be over £80, okay? 1,600. We've got 3 mil, 4 mil, respectively, in the silver plated, the rose gold plated, and the yellow gold plated. 1,600 seed beads. Sorry? He's just... Hang on, I've just been told in my ear we're going to go less than £10 a tube.
And they will last, and they'll last and last and last. And they're there. You can keep them on your desk. They're there. You've got them, all the colours, all the sizes at your fingertips.
Yeah.
And you've got them when ever you need them, because you know, in occasional bits of jewellery, you'll be popping those beads in.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, they're just... And when we had the seed beads in the first kit, where I think... Now, how many did we have in the first kit? Was it... I think it might have been 700 in the tube. And you'd made all those pieces of jewellery and you still had a good half of the tube left, didn't you?
Loads. I mean, that was all the demonstrations.
Left.
And there was my tube that I'd been using anyway at home. So it wasn't even a new tube. So
Gosh. It's like the Mary Poppins tube, but like the bag when she gets the cheese plants and the mirror out.
Last phases. I mean, I've carried on making, but the amount of pieces I got out of these, I've still got that much left. So, you know.
Goodness me. So is it 3,600? I said 1,600. I thought I got that wrong. I was just looking at those thinking, oh no, I've got 6 and there's... Sorry, Susan. My maths is normally quite good, isn't it, Susan? She went, it's 3,600, Zena. Come on, woman. Sorry, everybody, I undersold there by 2,000 pieces. Right then, can I just ask how many of those have we got left, Phil, before we move on? Oh, right, OK, so at the moment, if you all check out, you can still get them. So we've got quite decent availability, but I think they will sell out overnight. It's the best seed bead deal I've ever done.
Yes, because you're not going to get that many in one
Not for less
order,
than £10 a shoe, yeah. Now, the jewellery. Just before we move on, we have to see the jewellery. Now, we were talking, weren't we, over Messenger the other day, and we were actually saying that you've gone sort of a Spanish flamenco design, haven't you?
I looked at the black pearls, I looked at the gold, and I thought, let's go Spanish evening.
Yeah.
I don't know, some of the ideas just pop into your head. And I thought, I'll go with that.
Yeah.
And I started making the little earrings first, and then that was the design element that I was going to use for the fan shape, and then build it up. And I also wanted to make a Tudor cross, because of course I think the first queen for King Henry VIII she was Spanish as well, so I thought that's quite appropriate. So I'll make that, and it went across both kits as well, that design.
And that's the design we're giving away, aren't we?
Yes, that's the design that's being given away, and it's a really pretty design.
Yeah.
And it's also a design that's been used through the ages as well. So it's not a design that's going to be dated this year. It's going to last 100 years. That design.
Yeah.
500 years.
Yeah.
Because it already has.
Absolutely.
So, it's a lovely design.
It's beautiful. Absolutely.
It's not overtly cross. It's as a cross. It's a pretty pendant.
It's beautiful.
And the heart, again, that heart shape was actually a really difficult one to make, actually. But I really enjoyed making it because it gave me lots of challenges. I had to make all the shapes equal. You had to bind on the pearls onto the because basically you can't get 0.25 through all the pearls.
Right.
When you're doing these shapes, you have to go round and round
a few times. Yeah.
So what I did, if we bring the heart over, we'll quickly go through that one, and then we're going to do the fan shape as the main one. I made them in sections. So you've got a section here like a little fan, a section here like a little fan, and a section here like a little fan, and then I added beads into the middle. Which is easier.
They look lovely, don't they?
And I ended up with bits of wire here, bits of wire which I could bind on to the back of the back of this frame section. I might do this as a DI one day in the future or something, just to go through it, so you'll see how to make it.
Oh, that'd be lovely. Could we do that?
It looks simple, but actually it's as a design piece, it was a lot of construction needed.
Absolutely. If you could, that would be lovely.
I mustn't forget, Laura's doing a Viking knit show tomorrow.
Oh, that lovely Laura.
To tune in, because she'll be going through, I'm not going to go into really much with this technique, except I've used a triple ply Viking knit. So it's basically 3 strands of 0.6. And tune in tomorrow for Laura, because she's going to have
wonderful
stacks and stacks and stacks of Viking knit designs for you to see.
Fantastic, lovely, thank you. That's on the afternoon 1 till 5. Margaret hello Margot, she just said afternoon, JM, Rachel, I'm getting a sore chin with it hitting the desk, she said. So what a great afternoon I'm having, Margot. Yeah, your jaw-dropping designs, quite right.
Well, I just love getting the best out of gemstones, because they come in little packs. You think, oh, what a, it's a little pack of something, and you've got to turn that into a piece of jewellery. So, you know, it's the challenge, it's the fun. That's why jewellery making is fun, because you're turning these, and again, you know, the little shapes, little things, what do I do? How do I construct them into a design?
I've just decided what you are.
I don't know.
It's like Mother Nature of gemstones has met Mother Nature of Jewellery Maker. Do you not think? I've just decided that. You are the Mother Nature of jewellery making.
How kind. Thank you.
That was meant as a compliment, in case anybody thinks. I think that's what you are. I think you are Mother Nature. She's lovely. She's lovely. Right then, if I move these over, shall we come? Because let's. We want to see you.
Similar thing to last time. This has all been photographed on the website.
Oh, thank you.
With the fan design, which is the one we're going to make, we'll bring it over so we can
of course I can.
refer to it. Or yes,
put it
that's
there.
easier.
And move that over.
What I did was I did the earrings first to work out how the pearls would sit within a fan design as a design elements. Those earrings are made in exactly the same way. And so you're basically making 3 lobes almost exactly the same way, so it's not too difficult. Once you've got one done, you know how to make them. So, and then it's a bail weave, which is what we all know how to make bails, so it's not too bad. But what we'll do is go through the construction. You can have any old pattern in there, couldn't you? You could do the S-shaped curls that we did in the yin and yang in the middle.
Yeah.
You could do 2 of those. Or you could do lots of different larger hearts going through and upside down hearts. Just think of a pattern and draw it into the shape. And here's the shape. So when you get onto Facebook, you can print this out and use this. And
Aren't you kind doing that for us? You're lovely.
What I do sometimes is print it out and you put it on top of a light box or a light, and then trace over it.
That's a good idea.
So that if you make a mistake on your first one, or size it wrong, I don't know. Anyway, that's what I do.
You're lovely.
So what I did was draw the shapes that we need to make inside this fan pattern. So I'm going to make one fan shape just quickly to show you what
do you want me
we're
to do any flamenco dancing in the background?
Castanets and everything. But that would look...
Everybody's like, no.
But what I would like to say is that ruffles and flamenco designs are coming in spring 2016.
You said that about the catwalk and the fashion and...
And so there is a bit of Spanish influence coming in, but this would look just lovely with a simple black scoop top, like the ones Claire wears, her simple... Black
Claire
scoop.
McDonald.
Yes.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Claire.
She's now 40.
Happy birthday, Claire. You've got a decade. You're a decade younger than me. You're a lucky lady, and have a lovely weekend.
She's lovely.
Let's get that one in.
Yeah.
And
but this over just a simple top or a black cardi or a nice black, just a V-neck or round neck, whatever vest top. That would just look absolutely beautiful. That Spanish influence. Makes me want to get my fan out.
Exactly. Yeah. So what we're doing is, first of all, I'm just going to make one shape because, to be honest, in a way we've done some wire shaping with the previous design. So I'm placing it in the centre one, in the centre bit of wire, about 80 centimetres long, and I'm going to just make 2 small bends. Now, not the sharp ones just yet. Check the size, and if you feel they're the right size, just do that clamping.
Oh, that we did before.
The clamping to make that sharp. And remember how we made those little lobules, or the little lobes at the bottom of the yin and yang, how we squeezed together the top. So I made that fairly sharp, but not quite, it needs to be a bit sharper. But we haven't got the time to go through all those very fine tuning bits. Then use your fingers just to shape the wire. It's not quite shaping as I'd like, so bear with me. And then up here, pull it round. Use the pliers on the paper, on a hard surface, and then bring it round. And if you feel that that's not tight enough, use side-to-side squeezes to make that joint a bit tighter. And I'm taking that away and showing you the finished shape.
Shall I move these off here so you can get to everything?
Oh yeah, thanks.
I can be your
the finished
assistant.
shape should have a set of 3 little bell shapes or fan shapes. With a little tail of equal size. I'm just going to show you how to make this with a specific technique of making this little bit.
Okay.
What you need to do, I've got to finish this one, is lift it up slightly and then turn it round. So don't just bend straight round.
Lift it up
Lift it up a little bit. Then you make your little cowl, like that. And again, the same way as we did before, little P-shaped loop.
Cut the little end off the end of the P again.
And then back in to make the nice circle. So we've got that. And what I do then is just make sure that I fold it down that's not quite the same size, so what I'm doing is just squeezing that side to side to make that little loop the same size.
That's what I love about you, that attention to detail,
and you've got
Rachel.
to, yeah, you've got to,
Yeah.
otherwise your eye will be drawn to it, because this whole piece is symmetrical, so that could come down a little bit. There we are. Make that a little bit tighter in, so that'll look better.
Okay.
I can't remember whether I hammered it, but actually, yes, you do. You hammer just the. Yes, you do. You hammer it.
Okay.
Have we got the hammer and block coming
Well,
in?
I think we have actually. Yeah, we have. Yeah, because we were talking about this hammer earlier, weren't we?
I've lost my block.
Would you like to borrow my block that we're going to bring you?
Yes, because that's one thing I couldn't find.
We'll pop this. We'll pop this on in a bit.
That hammer.
Do you like my
really
hammer?
Nice because it's flatter than my hammer. That's really got a flat surface.
You were really enjoying this hammer, weren't you?
With a really smooth surface.
And I have got a bigger handle than your handle.
Yeah, you have. You've got a flatter surface and a bigger handle.
So do we feel that you've been shortchanging the handle department, Rachel?
The balance is lovely. The weight is lovely.
Isn't it lovely? I'm sorry to guffaw about a hammer, but we were doing this earlier, weren't we?
And then what we're going to do is just hammer. And then what I'm doing, hold it piece with your fingers. You must make sure you don't bash your fingers.
Pardon?
Don't bash your fingers. And see, and I'm all the edges. And then make sure you hammer the curls especially, and the bases, because the bases are going to show up. Now, I've hammered one side and there's lots of marks on it.
So if you had a bad morning, this is a great thing to do, isn't it?
But the other side has no marks on it, and that's the side you're going to use.
Right, okay,
that's the front side. Okay, you can get rid of those marks, but to be honest, what we're going to be doing is using that side. So that hammer's a lovely hammer. There we go.
Thank you.
It's a nice weight and it works.
Pop those on screen. So I won't go too much into them because they're a brilliant deal. Rachel's just said, fabulous flat disc there
it's
for
a much
hammering
flatter
with.
surface than that one, actually.
Yep.
Really flat, shiny. It'll make it, you have less, flatter, probably create a nice flatter surface.
Exactly, yeah.
They're called planishing hammers when they're like that.
They are, aren't they? And then what I love as well, you've got the doming section on the back as well, and then that lovely big, look at the size of the handle. It's a really lovely, comfortable handle.
It's not heavy. You feel the weight of that, Zena.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a different weight.
Oh,
that's
gosh,
lighter.
yeah. Much
that's
lighter. That is much... So I'm sorry, our hammer wins.
It does.
I'm sorry to say.
There we go.
I mean, it's about the only time I'm going to say I've got something better than Rachel Norris. So just quickly, she borrowed our block. We don't mind, but we're going to give you the hammer and the block for £13.51. It's a funny price, isn't it?
That's quite good.
Can we just get the odd price before, so we can get? It's going to be naughty.
Yeah.
Do you want to have one more feel?
It's just a nice weight, and you can put.
You like that hammer, don't you?
Yes.
She likes the hammer. Don't forget as well, with the weight of that, £2.95 post and packaging for the hammer and the block. Brilliant. They're basically giving you the free hammer, because £7.95 just for the steel block. Brilliant.
Also, because I'm marking my blocks all the time, because I'm using it a lot, and my little son decided to take the hammer to it and bashed it. And mark blocks over time, so you can you need to update your block every so often to get nice. But you can sand them down, but to be honest,
no. At that price, you'd just get a new one, wouldn't you? With all due respect. Yeah. And when you know that your poster packaging isn't going to cost you a fortune, even though you're putting all that steel block in, it's a result. So, okay, back to you, lovely.
Next, I've made a shape, again using this tool.
Oh, we had that earlier, didn't we, today?
And this, short piece of wire. I'll just quickly show you the first bit of shaping. That'll do. It's a bit long. Maybe a shorter bit. There we go. Using the base of this tool, which was on earlier on.
It's sold out straight away.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's so useful. So get it next time it comes in.
Yeah.
And then make sure that fits around one of the widths of one of the pearls. That's a bit big, so I might have actually used a second one down.
There were different shapes as well, pearls, though, weren't there? So you could decide which shape
pearl
you want.
Well, that's it. You could have a longitudinal one. You can have one of the circular ones in.
Yeah.
And then I made that fit. And then what I did then was wrong pliers. Then work down. And you see how I'm using the tips of the pliers?
Yeah.
This isn't going to be sized to properly size, okay? But because I'd be checking the whole time and check, bend here, bend upwards. That's not quite the right size, but it doesn't matter. Upwards, bend it in so it's tighter bend.
Yeah.
Then round, and these gaps are going to fit pearls in.
Brilliant.
Down. and then cut to the same length. And using these templates, ever so useful.
It makes it so much easier, doesn't it? You've got something to follow and keep you in line all the time.
You've got to make reproducible shapes.
Yeah.
So what I did exactly the same on the other side. If you have a problem getting a mirror image of anything, do one side, press it into your mat, make a template.
On the bead mat,
and you can do something on the reverse.
Brilliant,
so you can literally, if you make even a butterfly wing, make a butterfly wing, press it into the mat, and then you can make the identical butterfly wing by shaping it over on the other side. So it's really, that's why this bead mat is so useful.
Oh, they're wonderful. I love them.
Next bit, so basically you end up with a shape like this. And this is going to fit into the centre of here, like so. You don't need to hammer anything for the minute. Like that. You also need to make the same, but with longer loops. Really, really long loops that are going to fit in the sides. And I'm going to cut that later on, but it just adds stability while you're actually touching it to have that loop there, because if I had two separate sections of wire, because you've eventually formed the bail, this would be really difficult to fit and put together. So I've made it as a loop, and I'll cut that later on. And you've got to do one for the other side. Okay. Right, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to start attaching a bead, but I would love you to be able to bring something to air while I'm getting the wire sorted out.
Okay, not a problem. Not a problem. That's what I love you about you, Rach. You just tell me when it's convenient to do what we need to do for everybody. Okay, so... Okay, right then. So, what we're going to do is, if I show you this, okay, we've got two sections to this, and again, because of the sheer weight of this equipment, you know, this is incredible to get this for £2.95. It really, really is. This is we've got the ring mount. Okay, I'm just going to get all my information coming through onto the system for you as well. So we've got the wooden ring clamp, which I'm going to do for you, and the bench peg with the combination anvil, which are fantastic. This here is your wooden ring clamp, and this is wonderful for when creating, it doesn't have to just be for your rings, but basically they've got this, you can put a sort of lint-free cloth in there as well if you wanted to. Put the ring into the top of the actual clamp there, and then what you do is you put the wedge into the other end, and that will secure very gently but very securely the ring that you're working on, whether you're filing or polishing or prong setting or repositioning a gemstone, adding a gemstone, stone setting. This is what, and again, this tool looks a very simple tool, this wooden ring clamp, but I mean, we've got some what we class as a jobbing jewellers across over at Gemporia. I've just taken a chromed oxide solitaire ring to be resized by them, and these are the tools that they use. These have been, aren't they, Rachel? These have been around for centuries.
They look a bit more worn because they've been used, but that's the design works. And nothing's better than having both hands free, because I'm having to hold on to this. But imagine, working on a piece that needs both your hands free, and you can clamp that into place.
It's brilliant.
And work on it.
Yeah, gorgeous. So if I just show you how it works, so obviously when you put the ring in there, we take the wedge out, you see, the ring goes in there just quickly, and then basically as you put this in, if you watch the tip of the tool, look, it tightens it. Look, can you see? Look, so the second I put that in, look, tightens so that, I mean, it goes into nothing there. Look, obviously when you've got a ring into the top, it would tighten. So that's that, and then you've got your bench peg with your combination anvil, and again the weight of that. I mean, I'm struggling to actually physically lift that with one hand. That is really heavy piece of equipment. I dread to think what that would cost you if you went into somewhere that sent parcels. That I taught you easily double figures just for that piece of equipment there. We're going to give you, miraculously, because we've got to get back to our lovely Rachel, but she asked us to just pop this in for you, to $6.95. I don't think the material on the bench peg with the combination anvil could be possibly made for $6.95, let alone throwing in that wonderful wooden ring clamp as well. Can you believe that, Rachel, $6.95?
What, for both pieces?
For both pieces of equipment. She's giggling. She's actually giggling. Okay, can I just mention the bench peg?
You go onto other jewellery, other jewellery tools websites, and you won't get these deal prices.
This is $9.95 on its own. Usually, we've turned the 6 upside down. We've saved you over 30%. We've thrown you the ring clamp in free of charge. Well done. Okay, have I given you enough time?
Yes.
I was filling for Rachel Norris.
Perfect.
That was my claim to fame, filling for Rachel Norris. So we're back with lovely Rachel now.
What I've done is wound around the top of that circle and added on a pearl.
Is that with a 0.25?
Yes, 0.25.
Okay.
And much longer length than I'm using because actually I just wanted to be quick. And I put one end of the wire, right to the midsection, put one end of the wire through one of the teardrop pearls, and I'm going to enter the other, and I'm going to do a crisscross sort of attachment. And so if I pull that in, you'll see that coming into place, and that sets into place in the setting. And you use that technique in an awful lot of different jewellery designs, that crisscross attachment.
Yes.
It sets into place, you've hidden the wire attachment, and then basically I'm going to wind down. I'm going to wind down really roughly, but actually, to be honest, you need to make sure these wirings are really neat. So this isn't going to be neat. I'm just going to get it ready to attach to the piece. So what you need to do is pull it in tight, though, to this attachment first, and then wrap around. I'm just going to vaguely wrap around because I need to just show you the next bit. What we need to do is attach this setting, which is going to should look much neater than this, to the main fan shape. Because this is kind of like the I'm in the middle of lots of things sort of shape. Yeah. And what I do is actually what you should do is try and complete a section and then work on to the next section, rather than it being like this, because you basically don't have all these wires. Yeah. So complete a section first, then move on to the next one. So I do the middle one first and then move on. So can you see how neat that is? It's much neater, and you pull the wires in and push them together so that wrapping is neat. So I'm going to attach this to the top of the fan, making sure that your neat side is the front. Yeah, the one that you haven't hammered. I did that and I had to unpick it. And then bring this up to the top of the fan. You see my burn in all its glory. I should have put plaster over it. And then
we'll just feel sorry for you that your naughty oven's attacked you.
It's the top of the oven. Then just basically winds around the top. And then at this point, wrapping around both, it'll start to stabilise actually almost immediately. Bind on one of these lovely little seed beads. You see, I use them all the time.
You do, don't you? They look lovely though.
And a crisscross attachment. And I'm going to talk through the next bits, you see. Once you see these techniques, it's not too bad. Crisscross. And I'm just going to show you a bezel wrap around the little gemstone, around the little seed bead, just to hold it in place, because sometimes a single, and also 0.25 wire, you need to do it through 1 or 2 or 3 times. What I've done is gone around again and maybe put another 2.25 wrap into that area. I need that down a bit. It needs to be further down. It's too far down. Sorry, folks.
It's all right, my darling.
Pull that into place, and it should actually be sitting at the top here. And then what I have done, which I won't have time to do, is wrap this round again and put it back through the bead. Okay. I haven't given myself quite enough space for a bezel wrap, but can you see what I've done? The bead is very proud. Yeah. What I've done is wrap it around the top.
Yeah, got you.
Sorry, took that way too quickly. Wrap it around the top of the bead to help the attachment stay rigid, because sometimes the bead can wrap. It's on a surface, but it can play from side to side and be really loose, and this bezel wrap will help to
that's beautiful. It makes it sit lovely and proud, doesn't it? Yeah.
So a couple of wraps and turns around the seed bead, and I do that, and I'm going to mimic doing it because I'm not able to quite do it, it's not proud enough, is to rotate the piece. So what I do is I rotate the piece, pulling the wire around. It's much easier to do that way than to wrap it around, because it can slip away from the bead. Make sure the wrap, which I'm not doing properly, is underneath the widest girdle of the bead and sitting underneath it. How come I did it so badly?
Do you know, this is the thing about our guest designers that always amaze me, right? These
we do it at home.
Yeah, but these amazing... Take Rachel Norris here, right? Most spectacular array of jewellery. She's made a piece of stunning jewellery that she's about to give away to you as well. The kits are practically sold out. This one has. She's standing here, she's come up with a design, she's making the design live on camera, she's adding the jewel, she's everything, she's prepared it all, she's put it all on, and then she's standing here having a go at herself.
Well, I should have bezel wrapped that better. Thank you. Then what you do, you just continue down either side of this top stone with a few wraps around each side. And then what I'm going to do is talk through the next bit, okay, and we're going to move on to the next piece. But that starts to attach this into place.
Got you.
And just catching it either side of this frame, wrapping around either side, And that bezel wrap was rubbish. I think what you should do is try and attach the pearl before trying to attach it into this shape. I think that's really what I should do. So attach that little seed bead first with a bezel wrap, then start to attach it, because I think it was spacing it too much. I never got it proud enough. So I'm just going to put this into place, and you'll see what I mean.
Brilliant,
what
thank
I did,
you.
I attached the seed bead first, and then started to pop it into place. I think that will work better, and I forgot what I did, so that's how it will work. And then what I did, I wrapped down this first bit, and then I wrapped, this is going to add stability, wrapping down all the way down these two little sides of the inner frame, and I wrapped to either side with a seed bead. And then again, I'm only going to do one side.
Okay.
And remember that the 0.25 wire isn't strong enough for one single pass across.
Okay.
So I wrap round, putting my finger to space it out, bring it into the middle, and then I passed it behind, pulling it up again, close the bead, and then, and actually, do you know what you should do? In fact, instead of passing it behind, pass it through the bead again.
Great.
To give another wrap attachment. So you're strengthening this attachment with one wire through.
That's a great idea.
With more than one wire through. Sorry. So I won't continue doing that because I'm getting hand tremble. I do that again either side, and then wrap along with both sides of the wire to this midpoint and attach another pearl with a crisscross attachment in exactly the same way that we did this.
Okay.
Get to the base of here and then cut both 0.25mm wires. We don't need them anymore. So get to that base and cut these wires off.
Okay.
Once you get to that stage. And then what you're going to do is, we're moving to this one, that we've got these two spaces to fill with pearls. And what we're going to do is attach a piece of 0.25mm wire and wrap it round, attach it to the side point first, wrap it round to the side here, do a crisscross attachment, wrap up to these points here, and you'll end up with two wire tails. Okay, on this side. And do the same on this side, that you've got two wire tails from attaching this pearl. I want to get all these out of the way, so in fact what I'm going to do is snip those because that's just distracting. Get rid of that. Okay. So, what we're going to do now is use these four wire tails that we've used to attach these two pearls with to attach a central shape. So what I've done is return to my piece of paper, and on this piece of paper you'll see a little shape like that, which I've made, and then curled the ends of wire, and you'll need to make several of these, 3 of these exactly the same to fit round the fan shape. Okay. Okay, you know how to curl the wire, so that's what we do. Next thing to do is hammer them, which I haven't hammered yet, so I just need to hammer that shape.
Do you want that block again, darling?
I do. I might need it for the show. Do you mind? It's a...
you carry on, my lovely girl.
Is hammer this shape. Again, remember to use the unmarked side, which is like that. It looks really lovely flat shapes. You see, I wanted something that was reflective. Yeah. And then what you do next is you've got these 4 wires, and soon these 4 wires will disappear. So it looks dreadful at the moment, but the 4 wires will go away. Place it into the spot between the pearls. This might take a little bit of manipulation. Click it into place. And this will start to form. And then you can now think, I can start to attach wire to other bits, not just one frame. You can attach other frames to and other shapes. Yeah. So I start with a base and use one on one side and just use one of the 0.25 wires to wrap quite tightly. And it will start to look stable fairly quickly. Yeah. So you should do about 4 or 5 wraps, but I haven't got time, so I'm going to do 2 wraps on this side and then bring it up and wrap down to the level of the base of the little fan. Okay, wrap neatly, pushing it up with your finger as you go. You should do about 4 or 5, okay? Okay, yeah. Similar on the other side.
This was beautiful.
And you're making this pattern then. and then I use my mouth an awful lot. I'm sorry.
I just spotted that.
Yeah,
No, you used it as like a little
third hand.
Yeah.
And then pull it into place. And you've got that one attached now, and this will start to feel a little bit more stable. 2 wraps. I'm going to do just two.
Yeah, but do about 5.
Do
ideally.
about 5, and it'll fill the space nicely. Wrap down to the end. Okay. Now you see how much more stable this is.
Yeah.
We've got this bit to add in now, and then what I did was wrap round the very apex of this shape. And I'm just going to do it once, but you need to do it about 2 or 3 times. Okay, make sure the shape stays above. So what I'm going to do is just use my pliers, because I haven't probably attached this enough at the base. Make sure that stays the top above the other setting, and then bring this wire up, attach it, do it 2 or 3 times around either side, and bring these wires up ready to attach a little gold ball in between.
Yeah.
So again, it just hides that little join nicely. So this is coming up now, ready. Bring it up from the back on either side here, and attach a little bead in a crisscross attachment. I'm not going to do it because you've seen the crisscross attachment.
Okay.
But once you've done it, it'd be nice if they came to the same side. So I'm going to, how do I do that? Oh, make sure they come to the same side rather than both the same side, which I don't know how I've managed to do it and all the different times I've done it. And once you've attached the bead in a crisscross attachment, which you can see on this side, I've wrapped the wire around this little junction here and here, and then cut so it makes it stable, and then cut that wire away. So you don't need these will get trimmed away.
Okay.
Then what we do then is work down, adding, you see how many attachments I've done here, and it's really stable. This isn't going to move anywhere. Attached to bead in a crisscross wrap, then wrapped around the edge of the fan, and then wrapped along to the end and cut those 2 wires. And you've noticed actually what I've done is also curl this. So before, I haven't done it before I've done the shapes, because I just didn't, before I attached everything, because sometimes things distort and you've curled it and it will look wonky. So I've done that the very last thing. So before you attach this section, curl and hammer them. So what I did was I curled them and I placed them next to the block and then hammered them upside down like that.
Yeah.
Put this well away so you're not hammering any of this rest of this frame. So you're using the edge of the block.
Okay.
And then wind down and then cut in the wire. So you've done a section there.
Yeah.
And what you should do is end up with a section with these. I'm going to do that like that. Get rid of the wires, because we just want to work at the top now.
Okay.
The tops have now been stabilised because you've added all 3 pieces in, and you can see what I've done. I've cut the loop. So what I do, you can cut the loop, and what I've done is slightly just the top.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and this then frees this up. But having that loop in place made this stable enough to be attached easily.
Got you.
Because the 2 separate sides would have been a real pain to match up. It just made sure it all matched up properly. And then what I did was just shape it against this bail diagram, which I haven't drawn the other. Yes, I have. I've drawn the other side of here. And then shape it around, first around this top circular shape, and then at the top start to bend this outwards. So I bent it around this circular shape so it's near the top.
Yeah.
Make sure before you make these bends really major that you've got it as centrally as possible. And then go back to your bell diagram, and you've got then the angles nicely and correctly and trimmed to size.
Yeah.
And then this one is like a larger diamond, angled and then cut. Clamp to make that straight.
Yeah.
And then up and trim that to the sizes there. So that's ready then for the next section. You see, you've made your bail. Make sure that diamond is equal, because I haven't quite got that equal. So spend a bit of time making that nicer, because that's not an equal shape. So you've got to make the mirror image as possible. I think what I haven't done is brought that wire around enough before making that junction outwards. So just make sure you spend a bit more time getting that shape as mirror image as possible. Again, use pressure from one side, to make an imprint, and then you can use it to shape your wire over.
Brilliant.
So the next thing to do is just quickly to show you the bail, because we've done. When we've finished making this area, that's what we should end up creating, this area here. And what I've done is added some 0.25 wire and bound up in a sort of pattern around the outside.
Oh, okay.
And really I've done sort of five here, 5 over the other side, 5 here, 5 over the other side, and just brought both wires up here and then finished off with a little crisscross wrap here at the top. So 5 wires around it, 5 bands, and the 0.25 wire fits nicely into the space. And then what you've got to do is make a central bail pattern, because you could just weave these two and fold them over, but I wanted to add a bit of an element of the beads into the bail. So again on the piece of paper, might be on the...
Is it on this one here then?
Might be on... I don't know where I put the bail. You'll just have to take the photographs. Oh no, the bail is here. Yes, it's here. This shape is on this diagram here, so you can make that bail, make sure your beads fit into the bail spaces, so you've got a seed bead in there and one of the pearls will fit in those spaces. And that's quite a useful central thing. So when you central formation, and you can see what I've done here, and I don't know how much time we've got, just so I know what I've got, I can talk through.
About 15 minutes, my lovely.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, gosh, seems to be more than the other one.
Can we tilt that up just very... That's it, just so we can... That's beautiful, just so we can get all that lovely detail.
What I've done from here, I was going to put this down, is from here I've made up a section using those crisscross wraps as before with seed beads and a pearl, and finished at the top and cut the wires in exactly the same way that we did all the other crisscross attachments. Starting at the base, working up, crisscrossing round, adding a seed bead in, and then got to the top. So I worked my way up to create a nice bail element.
The bail's amazing in this piece.
And then what I did was start to do a 2x2 basket weave. Now I did it in 0.25mm wire in the main piece here, and 0.4mm wire here, to see whether it made a difference, and it really doesn't. I found it easier to use 0.25 because it fitted into the spaces easier, actually, but I just wanted to see whether it was going to be stronger, and in fact actually this is 0.4. And they're not in this piece. It's 0.25, and it still looks fine, and it looks strong. So I'm not worried about using it now. I was worried, and then I thought, well, okay, this isn't quite straight. And what I can briefly show you this, and then we'll show you the attachment of this.
Okay, brilliant.
Okay,
thank you.
So
sorry, go on.
Please bring something.
I thought while you just get yourself ready, because it gives you a little breather for a second, doesn't it? Otherwise, it's full on for poor Rachel. So what we thought we'd do is give you the option to have it in a different colour. So if you love this in the gold, work great with the black pearls in the kit as well. But we thought we'd give you the rose gold. So this time we're bringing you, in the tube there, 600 of the 3mm seed beads in the rose gold plated seed beads there, and 50 metres of your 0.8mm. Now this is a new wire actually, one of our new wires for you. It's got incredible lustre. You've got 50 metres in total.
That's
so
what you used to make the flowers.
Because they were, right. Yes. The corsage.
Yes, that was 0.8 because it just meant it gives you finer detail shapes.
Wow.
But still the strength.
Isn't that beautiful? Beautiful. I love that. I love it. Now, we should be £27.90. Thank you, Rachel.
That's
lovely girl.
Right.
So we should be £27.90, but as we've got our lovely Rachel, if you'd like to recreate this beautiful, beautiful design that Rachel's doing for you now, but you prefer it in the rose gold, absolutely. Well, there you go. Look, £27.90. We've gone under £15. Huge, massive saving. If you've got the incredible bundle seed bead deal that we did earlier as well, you can throw in 600 of the seed beads as well in the 3mm with a big drill hole. So that is a massive saving. So Alison, I'll read everybody's names out. There's a lot of you there. Margot, good luck, darling. You've just come into the mix as well. And Beverly and Laurie, Eileen, Alison, Diana, collectors, the list goes on. But we need to get back to our lovely Rachel. So if you want those, instead of £27.90, you'd rather just part with £15, help yourselves. Well done. well done. But it'd be like, again, just adding that difference of the wire and the seed beads with those black pearls, you'd have a totally different look, wouldn't you, Rachel?
Absolutely. I think
totally different.
As I said, with those two cross designs, it was a real experiment to find out how different design could look with totally different gemstones, and it really does. It totally changes the piece. What I've done is put a bit of scrap wire around the top to make it easier to weave this, and it's a wonky bail because it's not sized properly.
Okay.
And you can see how I've twizzled the wire up, and that's a useful hairdresser's trick of actually getting hair out of the place.
Yeah.
And you just twizzle the wire up. Now imagine I've actually attached all this round, because it helps stabilise the piece if you've actually attached this all round. But what I've done is wrapped very, very clumsily some wire into place, ready to do the bail weave, and attach this bail embellishment.
Okay.
So really what you should do is add a bead in cross section. I'm going to add a big bead because it's so messy there, I'll hide it. So one of these beautiful, some of them
you're being
are
incredibly hard on
some
yourself.
of them are beautiful Zeppelin shapes. Thank you very much. That's very kind. It's just some of these pieces took several days to make.
Absolutely.
So
we're trying to get you to demonstrate them in about 45 minutes.
You just can't do everything. So what I've done is shove another bigger bead there, actually.
Okay.
Hidden it nicely.
Good thinking, Rachel.
And then what I've done is a bit of, you should do a bit of basket weave, and I'm going to do, I probably ended up doing about 5 wraps around the outer to 3 on the inner, because again, you've got a longer distance to traverse along this basket weave. It's a figure of 8 basket weave. It's a very sort of standard one that we use all the time. So 5 round here and 2 round the centre, and virtually, I think on the next traverse we'll be able to attach the central bail section. So I've got that ready to go, and they're in that section there. Again, I'm going to pretend I've done a bit of basket weave.
Oh, we like pretending, Rachel. It's all right, we love that.
So what you do is bring that in, and then what you do is you bring this into place about the level where it should fit, and just start to bind. So as you do your basket weave, you've come back, imagine you've done another 5 up here, bring it round and in, and catch it in the same point that you're doing the basket weave.
Yeah.
Bring it in into the space and attach this side with a couple of wraps, and then work on the other side. And I tend to do it symmetrically as you go, because you make sure everything's balanced, because this is obviously not, this is going all over the place. I haven't wound and bound this up properly either side. Just make sure you bind at the same level to either side, and it will start to bring this central bail element into play. And already, actually if I pull tight, it's starting to look a little bit more stable. And really what I should do is shape the bail, don't worry, shape the bail so this bit is up at the top here.
Can we tilt that up just a tiny bit?
Shape the bail,
Thank you, sweet pig.
Shape the bail so that it's at this bit at the top here, and this attachment as you work up. I'm going to show you the finished one, or the nearly finished one, so you can see what I mean.
Oh, thank you, lovely.
That's all right. And then what I've done, you can see what I've done as I've worked up, and this is with a wider gauge wire.
Wow.
And bound across. I think the 0.25 will work better than this, actually. So I think
nice to be able to sort of try the both and do an alternative,
this is a slightly
isn't it?
coarser. Sorry, I'm just getting the wire out to cut it. Where's my cutters?
Sorry, darling, are you missing your cutters?
Yes, which I threw on the floor. And this is a slightly coarser, I suppose, result. And then I'm going to have to bend it without having finished this weave. But you can see the only other problem is when you get to this side of the weave will start to traverse up as you go. Right. Because you're weaving from here into a wider space.
Yeah.
Everyone will say that. It's much easier to weave from a smaller to a wider space because the wire won't slip back. But here you're weaving from a larger to a smaller space. So what you've got to do is use a bit of technique here. So what I'm going to do is bring my fingernail round and start to hold the weave in place as you go up this side. So make sure you do that, and it helps keep everything together.
Yeah.
So, and actually pull the wire in very tightly into the wire and help it form little grips and grooves in the wire, and that'll help stop it slipping back up. When you finish that, pull it down with your fingernail or pliers if your fingernails aren't, I put my fingernails through a lot, and if your fingernails aren't up to it, use the pliers. You can use the pliers in the same way to push down the side of it, because you can damage the wire. So make sure it's to the side and down and across like that, and you push it into place. I'm not going to finish the bail weave, I'm just going to show you a quick bend of the bail and how we finish off, because I can always come back to this and finish this off another day. So I'm just going to leave that here, and in fact don't bend the bail yet, because what we're going to do is attach a frill to the end. Okay. Because it's easier to work on a flat surface. So don't bail, once you finish the bail, leave it and bend it the last thing. Okay. Last thing to do is attach a frill. Okay. So
we've got about 5 minutes, so we're okay. We've got a nice 5 minutes left.
What I did was place my fan back onto the piece of paper and trace around the base of it, so I had the length of the base.
Yeah, got you.
Then I drew, I'm going to lift it up. Then once I'd traced around the base of the fan, I drew some frills. So these are enough to, you can hang little tassels from, you could hang tassels of chain, you can hang all sorts of things from it, and I just made a little curly shape to fit over with equal lengths of wire at the other side to curl. And we're going to hammer, you can hammer and curl those in exactly the same way. Don't do it yet. Don't do that hammering yet until you've fixed it, because again things can change, and if you've got the sizing wrong you might have to shape these again a little bit at the end. So once you've got that, basically what you're doing, if you return to the finished piece, is start at the middle and did I bind around the frill? Yes. What I want to do is create almost like, if we bring it round to show, create almost like a lace edge, like a material edge to the fan, because fans have a lace edge. And that large loop is for a dangle as well, which is like, it further accentuates that lovely shape then, and a bit of movement as well, which is what I always try and get into a piece of jewellery. And so that, what you do is you wind round this loop and then attach, in a similar way that we attach the yin and yang segments together and all these other segments, with binding wraps around the base of the pendant. And when you get to the edge on this side, I just wrapped up the side and curled and hammered in the same way. Remember, turn the piece over and hammer just the curl at the edge.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's how you do that.
Remember to turn it back round when you're putting it back in the design.
Yes. And the bail, bending the bail round, well, you can use any mandrel, a pen, anything like that. In fact, actually, even a mandrel handle, it's really good. And just start to slowly bend around. We've got to take this really slowly because these beads are quite tightly attached, and you don't have to pull or tear anything.
Do it gently.
And bring everything forward a little bit, perhaps, and then bend round, and you've got the bail. And I didn't want it quite, I wanted that top bead to be sitting at the top. Okay. So, also what I did, I'm forgetting everything today.
You are not.
Everything, all these are trimmed to the right same size, and round like that to the side. And this needs to be attached and ready. Now, what I didn't do, what you do in some bails is use these wires to wrap in and attach these together. And you don't have to. You can actually have a free bail in that you can actually use these curls to come in round the front of the pendant and almost act as an attachment. So you can actually almost have it detachable if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So, especially if you're doing it on a Viking knit that you want to,
that'd be nice.
Use it for another pendant as well. So what I've done is gone around this, made the first bails, and then bring it round. These two curls, sorry about this, I don't really want to cut it because I want to make this up. I can make this up into something else, and finish it.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Curl this at the base at the back here. So these two are going to curl round at the back. I'm going to do rough curls, and these will fit into the back like a little heart.
Okay.
And these two, make sure everything's sized properly, will come round to the front of the pendant, and wrap round to the front like that. Pull it round, and you don't actually have to. All these wires are cut and bound. You don't have these floating around the place. I've just got them because I haven't finished it.
Okay.
Bring this to the front, and then you can curl these round, and these will actually sit to the front of the pendant beautifully. Just make sure they're equal. I've got to press this with this in my fingers because this isn't wound in the same way.
It's the most beautiful pearl. The intricacy is delightful. I can't believe you've done that. I mean, we've got a minute or two left, but
thank you.
You've just...
And then we curl these round. If you look at the
stunning.
finished piece, because I'm not going to quite curl them because you know what the curls are like.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to just move the finished piece a little bit and show
darling.
you the curls. Here, what I've done is actually used a bit of 0.25 wire and actually wrapped along and then curl these and press these into place. And the lower ones I pressed into place down at the base to hide some of this wrapping here and to almost act as a little frame for this lapel here. If I turn to the back, you'll see how the back of the veil looks. In fact, what I have done, I have chosen to wrap and attach it in.
Yeah.
And wind the excess wire down the sides. But again, a free bail, like I've done with the Tudor crosses, they're all detachable. You can actually almost bend the bail out and bring it back.
Wonderful.
So you've got something that you want to
dress up or dress down, so to speak. Yeah, absolutely.
You can take it off.
The veil is indescribably beautiful.
But you can see how I've also bound on the fan. You can see it better from the back. So this is what I wrapped along the side here and then wrapped towards here. And you can see I've done 2 points either side of the base. This then becomes a really stable structure. This is a really stable pendant. These aren't going to move about. They are bound either side, and you can see the back, and it makes that frilly sort of material lace edge fringe to the fan, which I wanted to create.
That's
it really, isn't it?
Absolutely beautiful. The detail, and not only that, but you've timed the whole design of inspiration to perfection.
Better than last time.
Absolute perfection.
Yeah,
we don't mind if yours runneth over, because our cup runneth over when you're on, Rachel. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's like that, isn't it? It's like that. Thank you so much. Now, don't forget as well, if you have got any questions for Rachel, pop them in for us. And if there's any have come through, I know there are loads of you, and we haven't managed to read them all out, so I do apologise. We'll try and pop her through for you.
You can go onto my jewellery designer Facebook page, and I'll be back very late tonight, but I can start tomorrow and just go through and just answer people.
Thank you. That is so lovely of you. She's so giving, this lady. After the break, we've still got our deal of the day for you in about 20 minutes' time. We've also got the challenge that we gave to our lovely Rachel as well, with those beautiful shaded pink. They were gorgeous, those gemstones, weren't they? So she's done all this work, and we're still going to get a challenge in as well. Sorry, Rachel. So please join us after the break. We've got an hour with you, my lovelies, with myself and our lovely Rachel. So please stay with us, and we'll see you in a minute.